Hi there, welcome along to the MODUS Super Series Thursday night darting action. 5 players in the battle of Group B. 3 of them will make it to finals night on Saturday. Daryl Pilgrim is already there. He had the most remarkable Group A campaign, record-breaking average, 9 darter as well. He's waiting at finals night. As I said, 3 from this group will join him. Here is who is in action. The 5-way fight for finals night begins in Group B with the man of steel, Rob Collins, looking to show his mettle in a bid to strike gold this week. The scholar, Matt Dennant, is hoping to book his place in finals night. Can he show his class this evening? From Dennant to Denny, Dutchman Alderkalter has been in fine form this week and is hoping to have 1 clog in finals night at the end of this evening. Scott Taylor has also looked pretty smart. He tied on points with Alderkalter to finish 2nd in Group A. And then there's Dave Prinz. That's the Badger. He's hoping to set his stall out tonight in his bid to make it to Super Saturday at the Super Series. He's contesting the ADC North East final. Can he play in 2 big money matches? Yeah, a few familiar faces in action in Group B, and a familiar face alongside me. Evening, Glenn Durrant. Looking forward to this one?
Yeah, definitely. I always enjoy the Group Bs for many reasons, and the players are really up for it downstairs.
Earlier today as well, we saw Group C get underway. Interesting day, but 2 players really stood out.
Yeah, it was a very, very enjoyable day, and Ariane Conterman continues to impress. Dom Taylor is a serious player as well, very, very impressive. And it does look like a 2-horse race there, but an interesting game very early for Tony Wood. He could put pressure on, but the top 2 look good.
Yeah, it's the top 2 that go through from that group, so it does look like they're going to take some catching. But in Group B, always a little bit more time to relax into the group because 3 players go through from it. But it's 5 players who, I mean, it looks more unpredictable, doesn't it?
It does. Like I said, it's fresh against fatigue for me as well, because a couple of them players have played the Challenge Tour last week, come in here after the gruelling Group A and then play tonight. I've just heard 1 or 2 sort of conversations there that concern me. So it's going to be an interesting. That first game is a real belter.
Yeah, we'll talk about those when the mics are off. I'm intrigued by what concerns you there, Glenn. But you wouldn't want to be an odds compiler in this group. Let's see how the bookies have priced it up. They've gone with joint favourites, as you might actually expect, thinking that the group is so wide open. But one that draws my eye is the 11-1 on Dave Prinz at the bottom.
No, it doesn't for me. Davey's on the back of a break from darts. He is back playing regular again. And it's going to be, I think it's going to be a tough ask for Dave Prinz. But I tell you what, I have played that man over 50 times. If the old Dave Prinz turns up, he can be a real spoiler. He's a great player.
Must have taken a while, those 50 times, Glenn. Yeah, look, Matt Dennant, Scott Taylor, they were the 2 favourites. They're playing in the first match. Taylor was excellent, wasn't he, in Group A earlier this week?
Fresh versus fatigue. I'm a big fan of Scott Taylor, as you know, but like I said, it's been a long week for him already. I think if he gets off to a good start, any concerns about him being here for a sort of like a week away from home, etc., etc., Dennant just looks fresh as a daisy. He's arrived tonight. He was first in the venue, looks super bubbly. It's time he started to win a real big one, Matty Dennant. He's knocked on the door. The bookies think he's in with a great chance. It's an interesting opener.
Yeah, it really is. Well, let's have a look now at our bet builder for this evening's action. This is a treble put together based on popular bets on the markets, and it starts with Collins, Alderkalter minus 1.5 on the handicap, then a big legs match between Taylor and Alderkalter over 5.5, and then 180's Dennant hit at least 2 against Collins. What do you think of that?
I think it's a cracking bet, and maybe a little bit disrespectful to Rob Collins, but I think a lot of people have been impressed with Denny Alderkalter so far in Group A, and still would be a big ask for a 4-2 victory for Denny in that game. I do like the other 2. I really enjoy that middle game where it could go 4-2, 4-3. Yeah, good bet.
If you are going to have a flutter, of course, gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus, and begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. Right. Look, you think the 2 favourites are going through from this group, the 2 that are playing in this match?
Yeah, I mean, they would be beforehand. Like I said, I've got a couple of concerns now based on the conversations I've heard there. Really like Denny Aldercoulter as well. Could be a long night for Dave Prince and Rob Collins. They've got a chance to prove me wrong.
Right, let's get the action underway. It is Dennant against Taylor as the favourites battle it out in the very first match of the group. And one of your favourites, I'm sure, in commentary. No, not him. It's Henry Deacon.
You're too kind, Chris. Very good evening, everybody. Be ready for Group B, which promises to excite, promises to dazzle, and promises to have a little bit of everything in there. We kick off with Scott Taylor and Matt Dennant, and I think Scott Taylor's taking issue with Glenn Durrant already upstairs on the balcony. You haven't even thrown a dart yet, Scott. Well, these two, as the boys on the balcony rightly mentioned, are the joint bookmakers' favourites to go on and win this particular group, 13-8 respectively to do that. And in terms of the week as well, they're both similar odds. They can't separate the pair. 11-2, both Dennant and Taylor to be victorious on Saturday evening. So perhaps a surprise when we have a look at the match odds for this particular game. Matt Dennant 8-11 with the odds compilers. Scott Taylor even money. But Matt Dennant, a player who has done so much in his career so far, but maybe hasn't yet got that, as Glenn said, that big title to really back it up. Whilst for Scott Taylor, we know he's got that star quality. We know he's got that star turn. And talking about stars, refereeing stars don't get much bigger than Charlie Corstefine. And stars in the commentary box don't align much better than Glenn Durrant being alongside me.
You are too kind.
100.
And what an opening game. We've got a very intriguing game. Something to touch on, just something I didn't sort of, when I went through there, Scott said it had been a long week with Challenge 2.
60.
He was involved, he was superb in Group A. I'm just sort of wondering if he does start badly. Scott Taylor was a big favourite for this group. It could be,
140.
could be an interesting Group B campaign for him, whereas Matty Denny just looks fresh as a daisy. And to be fair, he's straight out the traps here.
60.
So, you spoke on the balcony about the fact the pair can't be split in the betting in terms of the group. They can't be split in the betting in terms of the week. But I was mentioning on your way down, well, they have Scott Taylor even money to win this
100.
game. Surely that's value no matter how you think this is going to go.
Yeah, the bookies really like Matty Dennant. He was the second favourite overall before the dart was thrown for the whole competition. Maybe like all of us, we're just waiting for him just to, you know, kick on there. I mean, this has been a fabulous start. Really like what he's doing. Very mature there. Didn't even consider the 161. Just slid into the treble five, so he may be frustrated with that. He won't like them last two, but Scott Taylor is way back.
Oceans apart in this opening leg.
78.
So Dennant after 12 darts needed 74 to get over the line and give himself a 1-0 lead. But misses a big number. And that was kind of the story of the afternoon session here at the Super Series.
$42.
He's going to come back for 32.
Yeah, this was my fear for Scott. I mean, Scott Taylor is
54.
a tremendous
Matt, you
player.
require 32.
Tremendous, but we did touch on, are any of the players gonna struggle after a long week of darts? Matthew Dennant.
No
famously
score.
missed the double
Scott, you
16
require
to beat
150.
some player to qualify for Q School, who went on to be a Premier League champion. Wonder whatever happened to him.
I don't know. Michael Van Gogh went to Q
Matt,
School.
you require 32.
32 for Dennant. It was a superb scoring passage, but he's messing around on the doubles a little bit. He want to put this leg to bed.
Aim shot on the first leg.
And
Matt
does.
Dennant.
Pretty scrappy from both. These are the two big favourites.
Second leg, it's Scott
Both
to throw
expected
first.
to
Game
qualify
on.
from Group B. The fact they're playing first, I'd make a very bold statement that the winner of this group will qualify. I don't sit on no
85.
fence, Henry Deacon.
Well, I've just been looking up previous head-to-head records between the pair. The last meeting between these two, Matt Dennant beat Scott Taylor 5-3 in a Challenge Tour
100.
semi-final. Dennant then obviously progressing through to the final, where he lost out by 5 legs to 2 to a certain Justin Smith.
Are you reading my notes?
140.
Yeah, in the previous encounter. It's difficult to work because the last one after that was 2015 when they played each other in a youth competition.
Are you reading my notes now?
140.
Good scoring here from Matty Dennant. Scott Taylor just seems to have found something now, thankfully.
140.
Sometimes you just need that competitive to get you going. If he was feeling a little lethargic, the fact that you're playing someone and getting into that competitive spirit seems to be waking
60.
up now, if that
Scott,
makes
you
sense.
require 136.
Scott Taylor will want to be here Saturday night. It's a better competition with Scott Taylor being in it Saturday night. He's a top-notch player.
Can I correct you there, Glenn? Scott
96.
Taylor doesn't want to be here. He expects to be here. And we expect him here.
58. Scott,
he's
you
just
require
feeling
40.
a long week of darts. Like I say, if he can get this game under his
Game
belt,
shot on the second
I
leg.
think it could
Scott
be a
Taylor.
huge momentum switch for him mentally. It is draining to go through that group in.
Third leg, it's Matt to
You know,
throw
playing
first.
really
Game
well, but
on.
only getting second place, and then having to come so much work again late on here in Group B. But it's a tough ask against someone like Matty Dennant.
121.
Real fighter.
$96. $60.
Trebleless chance here for Taylor. If he's going to win this match, he's going to have to break Matty Dennant. That's the perfect marker for him. You'd expect a ton.
94.
It's the final treble he needed there. Nothing to separate them very early in this match.
Well, Matt Dennant wanting to keep up what's a good record himself in terms of qualification. He's played here 5 times
93.
before, qualified for finals night on 4 of them occasions. Scott Taylor never failing to do so. And in fact, of the 5 players in this group, only Scott Taylor has previously qualified for Champions Week. As he nails in a max hit,
180.
leave himself on a finish against the Dennant darts.
What a response.
180. Scott,
What
you
a
require
fantastic response. Taylor
131.
just beginning to make his move. That's very typical of Dennant. He's one of them
55. Matt,
classic
you
little
require
chihuahuas
47.
on your ankle. He's biting away at all times.
It's double 16.
15.
So the chances have come and
Scott,
they're
you
going.
require
And Scott
76.
Taylor is back for the break.
1 from 7 on the outer ring for Matt Dennant. Scoring's been excellent. Scott Taylor won't have expected this chance. Is he going to get 2 darts at a double? Or just the 1? It's going to be the 1. And it's going to be double top. This for a break. 15 dart has to move quite a long way away.
36.
And again,
Matt,
just
you
above the
require
wire.
32.
Chance for Dennant.
To put his nose back in front.
Game shot on the third
16
leg.
darter,
Matt
2-1.
Dennant.
And there'll be plenty tuning in at the King's Head this evening.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
The local
Game on.
of Matt Dennant's dad. He's the landlord of that pub, I believe. And they'll be watching, well, especially now,
45.
maybe watching a little bit later on into the night. They're actually part of the Admiral's Tavern, him and his dad, and they won
125.
that particular event, him and his dad, the Admiral's Travellers.
$70.
That'll be frustrating after that first start there for Taylor. Is Dennant making his move?
81.
Frustrating last one.
$60.
Good use of the treble 19.
134.
Superb use. Well, the response this time is from Taylor.
180.
In the previous match,
Matt,
it was
you require
previous leg, Matty
161.
Dennant, who at the 180 following Taylor's big score. Still advantage, Dennant. Might use the bull here.
89.
Fantastic use of the
Scott,
board
you
once again
require
for Dennant.
146.
It'll take something special. Looks like he's looking at the 19s. 2 of them would have left double 16. Chance for Dennant for 3-1.
$88.
And 118 there. He could have considered
Matt,
the big 18.
72.
Very aggressive. It's going to be 1 dart at double tops for Dennant. I mean, you've
Game
got
shot
players
on the
as good as
foreplay.
this. It's just a
Matt
moment of
Dennant.
magic can separate the two of them. Taylor was sat pretty, but Dennant has 1 dart at double top.
Fifth
What
leg,
a
it's
dart
Matt to
that
throw
was, and that could
first.
be the
Game
difference
on.
between these two. A wonderful start to the proceedings for Matty Dennant. Looking good.
Could be travelling to the top of the group.
100. $140.
Taylor's not going to go down without a fight. Dennant's very capable of this, isn't he? And that's what I sort of said in preparation of this
140.
game. I think it's time now. It's time for Matty Dennant to, at least get the Champions Week and do some damage there this time. He's got the game. He's
59.
he's showcased his talents for many, many years now. Seems to be the bridesmaid, doesn't he? Maybe it's just his turn now.
140.
Scott, who's well regarded as one of the best counters at the MODUS Super Series. And if he got the treble 20 there, he would have left himself on the fish. But this, for the match, for Matt Dennant to get the first rubber of the evening session. Well, he went 25 first with his opponent not on a finish. And so all about laying up from this particular point. 68 is what he wants for a 4-1 victory.
$121.
Just kissed into the barrel.
Matt requires 68.
The treble 20 bet, so it's going to be a dart for the match. It's going to be double 16.
52. Scott, you
More
require
darts missed at double
104.
16. That time for the match. And so can Taylor save the game? S. Taylor save the game on 104. This is such a common route these days. The 48, the single, the
Game
tops,
shot on the fifth
and the
leg.
execution
Scott Taylor.
was absolutely magnificent from Scott Taylor. It's back to 3-2. He gets himself a break.
Sixth leg,
He's
it's
still in the
Scott to throw
match.
first. Game on.
It promised to be a great game, this one. This is exactly what we expected. Real fight from both players. They're only getting 1 dart at a double. As we get to more the conclusion, the
55.
back end of this match. And both of them are executing very nicely, but he'll be disappointed with that 55 start.
59.
He's had a
30.
couple of them, hasn't he, in this game? Just a couple of flyers into that 5, Scott Taylor.
Yeah, no reason for me that I can see with a naked eye, but maybe just turning his wrist
100.
to something. I don't think it's any big deal. He's probably going to get straight back into the treble 20 here. Loved his real desire this week. It's been the most promising thing for me.
137.
It's just part of a facet of his game that I haven't seen as much before. I've sort of queried his fighting capabilities, but it can hurt when you see your opponents doing what
140.
Dennant's doing. It's so effective as well, Dennant. He's got plays at a lovely pace. Every time you look up, he seems to be in that treble 20 bed.
46.
Arguably 6 darts away for the match. Could look at the bull again last start.
140.
Such a good marker is Dennant. Reaching the final furlong.
Is he about to get over the line?
133. Matt, you requires 62.
And looking at treble 10. He's sticking with his double 16. It hasn't been too good for him. This time he just composes.
30.
Chance for Taylor.
Scott, you require 100.
Well, these are opportunities he probably wasn't expecting to take. It was a 104 in the previous leg. Now it's a ton. He's been given these mid-range finishes to save the match, and he's going to get a go at double 10 for a second ton topper in succession to save the
90.
match, but it doesn't go.
Matt, you require 32.
Outstanding effort there from Scott Taylor. Could that be the difference? 1 millimetre away. Matt Denning steps up a double 16. Good marker. This is tough.
No score.
And that double 16 continues to plague him. 11
Scott, you require 10.
missed darts at double in this match.
Yeah, Scott's just assessing the situation because he's going to go straight
Game
for
shot
it.
on the 6th leg.
Exactly
Scott
what he does in the
Taylor.
end. Matt Denton will be frustrated because he should be off the stage by now. Double 16 has been a real curse
Seventh
from
final leg.
3
It's
from
Matt to throw
14 out the
first.
outer ring.
Game
He's
on.
dominated this match in the scoring part of it. But Scott Taylor is fighting on what a win this would be for him. But the dart is still with Matty Dennett. He's still the favourite. And he's in the treble 20 bed.
180.
Smacking in the lipstick at the perfect time. His second max of the match, the 4 full told.
100.
The scoring element of Matt Dennon's game has not been an issue at all. It's been about crossing that final bridge. In
96.
the previous leg alone, he had 4 darts at double to get the job done. He had 3 in the leg prior.
135.
Fantastic from Taylor. Just that second dart just slid away again, but this has the makings of a wonderful finish here. But again, Matt Denn's not relenting. Tremendous stuff.
134.
Tremendous.
Scott Taylor needs to find something big. He needs to find a requisite haymaker blow to pile something surmountable upon Dennant.
95. Matt, you require 91.
But it's going to be 91 for Matt Dennant to cross the finishing line at long last. And this time it's tops. A change of double.
Game,
6, a
shot,
change of
and the
fortunes.
match. Matt
And the
Dennant.
Scholar kicks off top of the class. He gets the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. Doing so with a 92.11 average. And despite the plethora, the handfuls of missed darts at double to win the match across 2 legs, Denham is across the finishing line. He beats his fellow group favourite, Scott Taylor, by 4 legs to 3. Coming up next is Rob Collins against Denny Aldercoulter.
Welcome back. Game 2 of your 10 tungsten tossing tussles coming up now with Rob Collins taking on the Dutchman Denny Alderkalter. Had a great campaign in Group A. Maybe just started to fall apart at the end when he was usurped by the eventual winner, Daryl Pilgrim, but in strong form going into Group B. And he is looking to take on the man of steel, Rob Collins. So, to commentate on Denny, I will hand you to Glennie and Henny.
Well, I see what you did there, Chris. Thank you very much. I'm really looking forward to seeing Denny Alderkalter again. He's up against a Rob Collins who just sort of done a little bit of research on him, and you know he's up against a real top-class player in Denny Alderkalter. Never played each other before, so it's difficult to look at any head-to-heads. It's going to be getting them 2 points under the belt. Matty Dent will be feeling really good about himself. And these two players will know exactly what job they need to do now. First in the building today was Rob Collins.
85.
And straight in the treble 20 bed.
Last person who called me Henny was my old auntie. Should I say ex-auntie?
59. $140.
Well, I'm trying to work out, how can she be your ex-auntie?
She's no longer with me uncle.
100.
I give up.
Well,
26.
have the odds compilers given out a bit to Denny Alderkalter? Because you would have thought the way that he played in Group A, 6-5 is big odds against Rob Collins, who's playing his first game this evening.
100.
He's 8-13 on, as far as the odds compilers are concerned.
That's really strange.
100.
Yeah, we talked about the players benefiting from starting from 0 points today.
60.
In
Robbie
relation to a couple of guys from the Group C.
150.
But is it going to be the opposite for Denny? Because he was riding the crest of a wave. As Rob Collins looks at treble 18. Now he's gone the bull tops route.
93.
Leaves him a 2-darter. And Denny's a long way back. But yeah, they were surprising odds. But Denny hasn't come out the traps here.
100.
And I'm just thinking the fact that
57.
now he's back on 0 points again. Is it going to have the reverse thoughts? Tops for Collins.
Game shot on the first leg. Rob
I
Collins.
just love that reaction. Also, I was thinking Denny
Second leg, it's
Alderkalter
Denny
had
to
his
throw first.
compatriot
Game on.
in the players' area. I always think that has a big part to play. They'll be practicing with each other, chatting in their language, etc., etc.
140.
He's up there as a real individual tonight. Ariane Conterman was superb this afternoon, and Denny will want to replicate that. They'll both want to be in that finals on Saturday for sure.
134.
Once again, bounce off each other, Henry.
One thing we'll get from Rob Collins this evening is big emotions. He's not one to not leave his heart on his sleeve. If he does something good, he'll let you know. But by contrast, if he misses a couple of doubles, you will know at the same time.
180.
As he nonchalantly just walks back down the oche after hitting a max. Well, maybe this is rhyme and reason why Rob Collins was the 8-13 favourite. He's averaging just over 106. And if he can find a nice little visit here, will be favourite for a 2-0 lead.
100.
Good find with the last star, but for Alderkalter, 96 to level up.
Yeah, it was difficult to assess for Rob because he hasn't been seen as Denny looks at double 8.
88.
Chance for Collins.
Robbie require
We haven't seen
87.
Rob playing competitively since January this year. I guess the best person to know how his form is himself. Right in the centre of the board.
62.
That's not too far away.
Denny require 8.
For 1-1.
For Alderkalter to level this encounter.
Game shot on the second
And he doesn't
leg.
falter.
Denny Alderkalter.
Alderkalter. 1-1.
Yeah, he's been involved in some fantastic games
Third
as
leg, it's
Denny
Rob
this
to
week.
throw first. Game on.
And that trend's continuing to Group B. This is a great start to this match, and Rob straight back in the treble 20 bed.
100.
Yeah, the big full extension of the arm. You can see with Denny, every single dart is
59.
thrown to the board, but Rob sort of pulls away, very much like Johnny Clayton. A real curl in his arm. Very similar to the
60.
release of Johnny.
More flick of the wrist, isn't it, in terms of the release, isn't it?
Where's the full power of Denny? Like I said, them fingers pointing to the bottom of the floor. Every single dart is going in
100.
with gusto. And for a big guy like Rob, he's holding them darts very softly. Just sort of floating the dart in.
100.
What a beautiful last dart that was, by the way.
He's found a couple of real good finds, hasn't he, last dart in hand from some tricky positions.
Another fantastic camera angle that you can see of the stage and the
121.
players. When we look at the... Another great game, Henry. What a week of darts we've had.
60.
And if you want to relive Darryl Pilgrim going, well, basically berserk, you can do on the Super Series YouTube channel. Oh, that's unlucky. Bounce out at an unopportune
80.
time for Older Coulter, but because the first went into the 20 bed, the damage hasn't really been done in terms of the fact he's left to finish, but Collins can leave it much more makeable.
Yeah, I've been watching a couple of... There's another fantastic
100.
video on
Denny
YouTube as well.
Reply,
We watched a
141.
bit early on Sporty Stuff TV, the extended interview with Chris Mason and Mark Dudbridge. Well worth a watch.
63. Rob, you require 81.
Nothing to separate them. Who's the best at finishing? Well, it's Collins who's going to be first. Bullseye was close last time.
32.
That time
Denny
a little bit
requires
further away.
78.
Worst case scenario? Well, worst case scenario, it should have been a dart at tops, but now he's chasing his tail, his Older Coulter.
26.
And so Collins...
Rob, you require 49.
He's back for a chance to re-establish the lead at 2-1, and for every leg thus far going with the darts. Tops!
29.
Drag just underneath. Break chance on
Denny
for Older
requires
Coulter.
52.
And when I talk about not being match sharp, Rob, if he hasn't been playing since January, he might be playing local stuff. That's where you can get me found out right at the end of legs.
Aim shot on the third
Whereas
leg.
Denny's
Older
match
Coulter.
sharp. He's been involved in some absolute beauties this week. That could be the difference, in my opinion, in this
Fourth
match.
leg,
But
it's Denny to
Denny,
throw
what a
first.
find.
Game on.
I say what a find. He's a British Classic champion. He's a Swedish Masters champion. He represents Holland in the Six Nations, and you know he's a great player. But for me to see
57.
him up close and personal this week, been very, very impressed, H.
He's broken the throw of Rob Collins to lead 2-1, but we know that there's going to be a response from the man of steel.
121. 100.
Yeah, Rob Collins, a challenge to a winner back in 2020. Who did he beat in the final, Stato?
81.
He is still in the comms box.
Quite as a bee.
140.
We're asking more questions.
See, us commentators, we don't like it when the boot's on the other foot.
Yes, he got splinters off that fence this
100.
week. Chance for Coulter. Adam Hookville. I'll put you out your misery.
140.
He has an unbelievable memory as my co-commentator, Henry Deacon. He is your man. He's my go-to for anything MODUS Super Series now.
Vosing.
96. Denny requires 64.
Or any of the shampoo as he looks at the 16s. He'll stay there for 3-1. Double 16.
Game shot on the
Clinical,
fourth
clean.
leg. Denny Older Coulter.
If you can do a fist pump, Rob Collins, So can I, says Denny Aldercoulter. He
Fifth
continues
gets
to
Rob to throw
impress.
first. Game on.
Absolute delight to watch when he's in full flight.
Well, that 6-5 could be looking quite measly around about now.
Yeah, that blew me away,
57.
them odds, I must admit. And because even looking at the odds for the group, Denny was higher up than Rob. I thought it was good value, Denny.
60.
Nothing to separate the players who played first and nothing to separate them. It was a fantastic opening. And this match has delivered also. I think both will see the positives. But at this moment, it's not like
95.
Denny, who's romping away to the winning line.
$140.
But Collins always has a good visit in there somewhere. And because of that, you can never rule him
180.
out, especially on throwing this leg.
100.
Our regular viewers have certainly taken a fancy to Denny Aldercoulter as well. This was the first of the bet builder. I had him to have a 4-2 or better
99.
win over Rob Collins, which I questioned. But at 3-1, it's looking good. He's back in the treble 20 bet again. You feel his 70 has to go for Collins. Outstanding set of play
139.
once
Robbie
again for the
requires
Dutchman.
70.
It's Hail Mary time for the Man of Steel. It's tops time for the Man of Steel. To pull one back, double 10. But
50.
the chances have come and they have gone.
Denny requires 62.
We're looking at treble 10. It's no dramas here at the MODUS Super Series for Denny Aldercoulter, who opens up his Group B campaign with a win over Rob Collins. He's improved and got better and better as the week's gone on, as Denny Aldercoulter will be well pleased with that 92.01. Super solid on the outer ring as well. A fabulous start against Rob Collins. Lots of positives there, but needs to sharpen up on his doubles. Next up, we see Dave Prinz for the first time against Matty Dennant.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And if you are able to come down on Saturday this week to the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, you will see Dave Prinz in action in the ADC North East title match. He's taking on Tony Wood, who played in Group C this afternoon. And that man there will be his adversary in that big match, but we'll be hoping, of course, to be on the stage for the Super Series finals as well. His first quest in trying to get there is beating the scholar Matt Dennant, who's already played tonight, already won tonight, and guiding you through the action, it's Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. So we've already seen Matt Dennant this evening enter the winner's enclosure, getting the better of Scott Taylor by 4 legs to 3. But we don't quite know how this man, Dave Prinz, is getting along, because we saw him at the World Seniors Championship, and then after that took a bit of a break from the sport. But who better to know the game inside out of Dave Prinz than Glenn Durrant?
Yeah, I mean, just
First leg, it's
I think
Dave to throw
head-to-head wise,
first.
I think I've had
Game
more
on.
games against Davy Prinz than any other player in dart. I mean, we played the Teesside ranking events in the early 2010 to 2013, and we met in many finals. I remember hitting a 9-darter against him in my local club. He always seemed to beat me in the really big games.
140.
In the BDO, the World Darts Trophy, I took an army of people to Blackpool, and he often broke my heart many times. Just watching him today just
57.
brings back all the memories of the battles that we had. But look, he's going through that phase. You're absolutely right. He played Martin Adams and just took about 2 months off. But there's a competition in the North East. It's played on a Tuesday. It's at a place in Seaham, which is,
60.
you can see a couple of mentions of Seaham on his sponsorship badges there, and it's called the Knack Club. And some very good players. Adam Hunt played there last year. Adam Atkinson, who's been
39.
here. And David Prinz is back playing there. So that's the best way I can assess how he's playing right now. He's hitting 12, 13 darters, averaging around about 81, 80, which I've been seeing. But he is a stage
100.
player, Prinz. He's very tough to play when you stood behind him. Of course, he's methodical. He'll play at his pace. Bags of experience. And started very well here.
Isle of Man champion as recently as 2022.
45.
Beat Ashley Hubble, brother James Hubble, in that particular final at the wonderful Villa Marina in Douglas, one of the best open tournament venues we have in the sport.
139.
And when you win the Isle of Man Open, your quid's in. Mind you, some players are that good at the Isle of Man Open, they try and win it twice in the same match.
93. David
Right,
requires
Glenn.
62.
Yes, that was a real fun one. Treble 10 for double C. This is a great start for Prinzy. That's a big barrel that he's thrown, isn't it? He's virtually covering that double 16 with just 1 dart.
30.
Just slightly wide there from the Badger. Matthew Denham probably just getting used to the pace of this game. When you play Prinzy, he's always going to dictate the pace.
59. David required 32.
Very tough. Matt Clark, very similar, so tough to beat on this stage. And Prinzy will be using every bit of energy because this is a tough group for him. He's probably the
Game
least
shot on the
active player.
first leg. Dave Prinz.
He's using every sinew in his body of remembering how to play the game, because I tell you what, he
Second
was
leg, it's Matt to throw
super
first.
tough
Game
to beat.
on.
He's still the North East ADC champion, and he's going to be challenged at 5 p.m. on Saturday by Tony Wood, who we've seen in Group C
140.
today.
And this is how you can see that particular encounter. Dartshop.tv, the QR code that you need to scan. And you could be here for every single Saturday night here at the Super Series in Series 5.
100.
Tickets available via that particular platform. And whilst you're there, there's also tickets available for the World Seniors, a tournament that Dave Prince has been a part of now for the last couple of years. His first foray into that particular competition was a fairly successful one. It was a deep one into that particular competition. Not so much success this year in that competition. Lost out in the first round to Martin Adams by 3 sets to 1. But in terms of the year before, well, on his way through to the last 8.
97.
Yeah, when you talk about laid-back characters, there's laid-back and there's Dave Prince. I think he must have a heart rate of about 30. Nothing phases him. I remember him watching and qualifying for him. He was superb in the Lakeside qualifiers.
120.
Absolutely brilliant. He was real mustard, and just no reaction when the winning dart went in to go to Lakeside. There was people falling to the floor. And Davey just casually took his darts out. I mean, that's the character that is Dave Prince.
59.
Being the dominant player in this match, which is a surprise to me. I thought it was going to be really tough. He made the decision to travel today, but to be fair, he got here very early, so he's had rest. It's tough to see how he feels about it because he just shrugged his shoulders when I asked him.
Matt, you require 145.
Dennett needs a spark.
Well, a 95-2-8 average is probably demonstrative of the fact that he's feeling in fairly good nick. As for Matt Dennett, well, this is a little bit of an off game that no one expected coming. Averaged 92 in the first game. He's now struggling to make pace of a 70. As for Prince, it's 12 and ball. The treble leads double 13. The ball?
51.
Just over the top. Over the top of the frame. And so
86.
Dennett comes back for 86 for a break opportunity, which when you look at the passage of play, he may not have been expecting. Now it's Dennett's turn to go for the ball, and he came closer.
Yeah, didn't even really consider the treble 18 unless he was that far away, which you don't expect, but clearly not enjoying the pace. Well, Prinsey will love this. He'll just do what he does. I'm saying the size of that barrel, he's just virtually covering that double. You're just looking at the bottom left, but he's deciding to go right at the top, very close to that double 10.
No score.
And so it doesn't go.
Matt, you required 25.
And so Denon, who's had his trials and tribulations so far in this game, has the opportunity to level it if he can find the 25. He's got 2 darts in his hand at double 8.
9.
He has not had any fun on that side of the board.
30.
What must Scott Taylor be thinking right now? He played superb in the opening game, did Matty Dennett. Double 4 for Prince.
22.
Just 1 from 10 on the outside ring.
Matt, you require 16.
No man messing about for Denon, but as Henry alluded to, double 16 and double 8 hasn't been his favourite tonight. He's persevering. He's been patient. He's not panicking.
Game shot on the second leg.
Sinks the double in 22 darts. That'll be a real relief for him. Didn't expect a 23 darter to win the leg for Matty Denon tonight.
Game on.
That will frustrate Prince. He should be 2-0 now, but he's not. Plenty of people watching. Graham Usher being one of them. Dave Prince and Tony Wood in one date. I've been at the Teesside Open, he said. And a couple of
59.
people just giving me information about the former Dave Prince and Callum Beddoe. England international now is Callum. And Neil Rose, who runs a lot of the work down in the NAC Open. So there's plenty of people watching Prinsey.
How is Graham Usher these days? Our good friend from 2021 and 2022.
Living the life as a professional dart player now. But what I do know is that Graham absolutely is very thankful for that stage and everything the MODUS Super Series did for him. He's, you know, when you think synonymous, isn't he, to this, and you nod your head there because I guess if I asked you to name 5 players who've been the most successful, Graham would be in that group, and he's demonstrating all his qualities now in the big bad world of professional darts.
So you've got Dale Pilgrim as your
43.
first. Graham Usher was my first when it came to 9 darters.
What about you, Henry?
96.
Do have to ask, how was your tea this evening, Glenn? Because just to let our viewers into a bit of an insight, you really glammed it up tonight, didn't you, with a sandwich?
95.
That and the taxman. That was my mid-break today. Looks like Matty Dent's beginning to get his break right now.
60.
But he'd be disappointed to go trebleless there. Princey needs a really big score from here because it's his darts. The 100 behind now. Just a little bit of... I mean, I've stood behind Davey a million times. Just a bit more
140.
body movement than normal. That was much better as he moved to the centre of the oppie there. Shanghai for Dennant.
Tots for Dennant for 2-1.
Game shot on the
Excellent
third
from the
leg.
scholar.
Matt Dennant.
A breaker throw, a 2-1 lead, and Dave Prince, who had a myriad of opportunities for a 2-0 lead himself in this game,
Fourth leg,
has
it's
seen
Matt
that
to
come
throw
and gone,
first.
and
Game
now
on.
he's behind.
Yeah, I said Prinsey beat me. I'm just looking at our head-to-head, the BDO World Trophy 2014. How did he beat me? He had an 88.74 and I had a 99.89 and lost. Averages mean nothing, Henry. You can see the way they're angled. That's just because as he stands very left of the hockey. And as you can see the
85.
way he swings that dart, and that one thing that hasn't changed about his game.
Was that the BDO World Trophy that was at the Blackpool Tower?
Yeah, I took plenty of people. I was
180.
expected them to go out afterwards as well. As Dennant smacks the max. I was gutted.
Not as gutted as the punters in Popwell Blackpool that were looking forward to seeing the Does a Shuffle after a win that night.
83.
Yeah, I think that's where I went as well. But yeah, we played. I mean, it must have been a year when me and Davey played 20 times in 1 year. And I would always save my best darts for him as well.
58.
I must admit, it was nice catching up with him today. I didn't rabbit on. I just say nice to see him. Let him focus on the job in hand. Well, if he knew before that this group was going to be tough, he certainly knows down now.
140.
Gives him an outside chance, but 180 from Dennant. As long as he doesn't bust, he's going to be in a great position. Can't bust now, that's for sure.
140.
As perfect a layup as a perfect layup can be. Tops after 12 for a 3-1 lead, and he really has turned the screw in this game. Dave Prince has missed 9 darts, a double in this affair, and it looks like if Dennant can pull in a 2-leg buffer, it's going to be a very
45.
long way back for the Badger.
Matt, you require 40. $35. Dave, you require 148.
Missed darts at doubles tonight for Dennant has been the only problem. The only problem. His scoring phase is absolutely fine. Prince can't finish.
100.
For a 3-1 lead and to put
Matt,
himself
you
a leg
require
away.
5.
It hasn't been vintage levels for Matt Dennant.
That was a very poor dart. This is tough.
3.
Yeah, they were not
Dave, you
good
require
darts.
48.
21 darts at a double between them so far. Only 3 hit. Can Prince make it 4?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Yes,
Dave
is your
Prince.
answer. It's the break back. It's 2-2. We turn to throw, and it's Prince now who is the new favourite for this darts match.
Fifth leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Then just trying to clear his thoughts there. He'd be frustrated the way this is going, but we talked an awful lot earlier. To win a MODUS Super Series, you've got to be adaptable to situations. Of course, playing someone slow like this is a new challenge. It's
121.
great to play Scott Taylor every single time because you'll enjoy the pace of that rat-a-tat-tat. But right now, he needs patience.
96.
And he needs to use that time on the Yaki very wise because Prinsey ain't going anywhere.
Now, Matt Dennant may feel his back's against the wall, but in his previous visit, his back was literally facing the wall. just looking away.
100.
Maybe looking to find something, maybe looking to just distract himself.
Yeah, which is good because, I mean, he's got, let's say, 30 seconds in between each throw. Like I say, I've spoke to many players. Some sing songs,
96.
some get the dart ready for the next time. Some people see something in the carpet which they just look at, and this is the sort of the mind process when you're playing someone like a slow player. Our fella colleague and commentator Matt Edgar
140.
announcing his 5 slowest players, and I was one of them.
Mind you, it took him a while to find out.
96. Dave, you require 140.
That was a lean, mean darting machine. That was quicker than Ricky Evans.
What, exiting the tournament?
100.
What a last start again from Prince. What I have noticed, every time he's gone to centre that hockey, he ain't missing. Not that he'll change it, because he's always through from the left-hand side of the hockey. And I tell you what,
119.
he's got a good
Dave, you
chance here
require
for 3-2,
40.
and he's looking good for this game. Has been a tale of missed opportunities for both players. We want to put that and correct that now.
Well, this game has been a battle of swings and roundabouts.
35.
And maybe there's one more turn
Matt,
to go.
94.
Very aggressive. Can't see that treble 18 now. So his options really either a bullseye or a treble 20. Wow, what a dart.
58.
And after that brilliance of that
Dave,
second
you're
dart, he'd be
5.
super frustrated not to finish that off.
Double 2. For 3-2.
Game shot on
And
the fifth
Prince
leg.
is back
Dave Prince.
in front. The Badger gets his nose in front.
Sixth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
There's not much room for Badger now, is there?
Mushroom?
140.
You snake. There's that angle again for Prinsey. That's a sign for me. It's thrown very nicely. The ball was good on that
100.
angle. We can get an overhead shot at some point just to see the angle of them darts going in, but it's just because of his body shape, where he is on that left-hand side of the hockey. And I think Denon's,
85.
he's in for a tough task here. Like I said, it's all done at Prinsey's pace. That's perfection. But them barrels are the... Don't beg a 180, do they?
100. 100.
Unlucky there. If he could have crowbarred another one in, then he would have left himself on 136. Excellent find last dart. First to a finish, but Denon can leave it far more handy for a last leg decider, and he's going to do exactly that. The setup of dreams from the scholar.
136. Dave, you require 161.
This would be special. We've seen a 170 this week. Yeah, you can see the little shaker. He fancied that.
97. Matt, you require 40.
Well, Matt Denon has played 2 games tonight,
Game shot
and
on
they've
the
both
sixth
gone to
leg.
last leg
Matt
deciders.
Denons.
Prince 3, Denon 3. We go to leg 7. It's Prince with the darts.
Seventh final leg. It's Dave to throw first.
And it's not
Game
missing
on.
tops, is he? It'd be really interesting when he has that 2-dart combination. What if he changes tact, really, because double 16 has not been his friend tonight.
Surely he has to, because it's just been too many misses on that target now. And double 8 hasn't helped him out either.
100.
Yeah, he's pacing up and down, where Prince is just so cool and calm.
99.
Absolutely nothing to separate. We see Prinsey then right on the left-hand side, as you see, moves that head.
$100.
Much better than I was thinking for Prinsey. I did fear for him tonight. He's using all his nous of the dartboard, all his cleverness,
55.
all his experience. This would be a big win over Matty Dennett. Matty Dennett was a favourite to win this group on the back of beating Scott Taylor. And before a dart was thrown on Monday morning, second favourite behind Pilgrim to win the week.
100.
Prinz turning his way down, 3 in succession, leads himself on 2-1 after 9. Dennett needs to find something big against the darts.
100.
Yeah, the first time this week a match has gone into 20 minutes as well. Been a fast and furious week 2.
I can't believe one of the top 5 slowest players on the PDC Tour, Glenn Durrant's talking about slow play.
I love it, that's why. Like I said,
100.
it just brings a different element to the game. If everybody was super quick, look, just the way it is. He's probably not enjoying this, Denham, but he's become a better player. If he can get through this game.
101.
It's not looking good, though. It's a big ask, 147 for Denham, so Prinz could even be thinking, have I got 6 from here? We'll go downstairs for treble 19. Treble 10 just to lay up. Look at Denham pacing
69.
up and down. That's not a sign that I
McRae,
like.
147.
Well, there to be some way to win it. It's not going to happen for Dennett, and so Prinz will come back free in hand at 32 to pick up his first points
43.
of the evening.
Dave Uruguay, 32.
There's the focus. Eyes on double 16. That's not ideal for many reasons. Look at how far he's got to move. He doesn't like throwing from this side of the hockey. I'll tell you what, that was close.
No score.
Wow.
Matt Uruguay, 104.
So, to win it with a ton topper, to win it with a whopper. The treble 16's blocked, so he's gone upstairs for the treble 20, which would have left him
56.
double 14. And so Prinz is back
Dave
for 3 more in hand at
32.
32. And he'll be hoping these ones find the board and find the target.
Exactly the same spot. Now the confidence goes here because you're thinking of a bounce out. But this time he uses that dart as a guide.
Dave Prinz.
He was the outsider going into this night, but he's playing against a big favourite of Matty Dennett, and Prinsey is up and running. Totally different match to what we've been seeing this week. That pace from Davy Prinz there is something that the players will have to deal with, but he won't care one jot, and he will be delighted with the 2 points. Matty Dennett left frustrated, superb in the opening game, but left floundering at the end there against Prinsey. And next up, 2 players will want to get their Group B campaign up and running. It's Scott Taylor against Rob Collins.
Match 4 then of Thursday night, and it's a meeting between two players we've seen already. Scott Taylor went down 4-3 to Matt Denon in a hard-fought fight in the opener tonight. And Rob Collins, well, he was beaten by Denny Aldercarter 4-1. So both players looking to pick up their first points of the night, and guiding you through the action in commentary, it's Henry and Glenn.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris. So, Scott Taylor against Rob Collins. Actually, despite them being the bottom two players in the group at this embryonic stage, perhaps has the potential of being the best game of the night if both can find their A games. Scott Taylor goes off the 4-9 favourite, Rob Collins the 13-8 outsider, but we both know that these players have enigmatic spells in them. Collins has had averages of 110. Taylor's had averages of 109. They both find something here. We could be in for a treat.
Yeah, they've actually played each other at a Players' Championship on a professional pro too. It was a victory for Scott Taylor that day in 2020.
First leg, it's Scott to throw
Scott Taylor.
first. Game on.
Also played at the Challenge Tour in 2019, which he won 5-2. On the head-to-head record, it's 2-0 to the man throwing first.
58.
Max start for the man of steel.
180. $55.
Why don't we get it out of the way early with? Maybe not this time.
60.
Concerns for Scott here. Big favourite for this match at 4-9.
40.
It just doesn't look. And I think that first game was really important to Scott Taylor. The fact he just lost in that 7-leg thriller. And when you see your opponent doing this,
140.
180, 61, 40, this is a fabulous start from Collins.
Well, the truth is that Taylor didn't really do much wrong in that game against Matt Denon, as he pars in his first max of the match.
121.
It was just the timing of Denon that was a little bit better. He was afforded more opportunities at double, and he managed to find one in the end. Well, it is going to be a dart at the bull.
96.
Didn't have to go for the bull because Taylor was back on a non-finish, but elected to go that way anyway.
100.
Despite
Robbie
the fact of the
requires
180 from Taylor, he
25.
left himself a bogey, so chance for Collins. Been a lot of missed darts at doubles tonight.
Game
Not
shot on the
this time
first
for
leg.
Collins. That's
Rob
much
Collins.
better. It could be a case, Henry, where the person with the best checkout
Second leg, it's
ratio
Rob
is
to
the
throw
guy that's going to
first. Game on.
top the group overall, because missed darts from Matty Denon so far has been his biggest disappointment. And the two big hitters, Denon and Taylor, aren't having it all their own way.
45.
Well, Matt Denon has missed 22 darts at double in 2 matches.
$60. $96. $140.
Excellent darts there from Taylor. 60 ahead. He needs to break back. No better time than to do it immediately after.
45.
Frustrating leg of darts here for Rob Collins.
$81.
But as we've said, he always seems to find some kind of big scoring
70.
vision. After that first dart, it looked like it was going to be the case, but the last two go wild and wide. And so it widens up the avenue of opportunity for Scott Taylor to break back. And as the old saying goes, a break isn't a break without a hold.
140.
Yeah, good time to capitalise for Taylor. Couple of 140s in this leg, made him a big favourite. Collins has gone missing. That will frustrate.
83. Scott, you require 80.
Well, this is to level up at 1 apiece. It's double 10 for Taylor. Now, options here, because Collins is not on a finish.
75.
He went straight for the double 5. And I wonder whether he was caught in two minds there. And that was the reason why that last start dragged so low.
Yeah, it gives Collins some hope because score of 5 for the finish is never nice.
5.
Never disrespect the big number. Let's have that as your sole folk. That's smack bang in the middle for double 2.
Game shot on the second leg.
Superb from Scott Taylor. Back on throw.
One apiece in what is our fourth game of the evening here at the Super Series. Game 4 of 10 as far as this evening's action is concerned. Our second session of the evening here at the Super Series.
140.
Now, after what was a slow start from Taylor, that's his third 140 of the match now, and just beginning to kind of go for the gears a little bit.
Yeah, and a win for
85.
Taylor here means 4 players will be on 2 points.
$123.
Do you fear for the loser of this match overall?
96.
In most other groups, yes, you could maybe ask the question, but with Group B, because you can win as many as you can lose and still go through. Now, we saw it at Champions Week with Colin Osborne as Taylor pars in his second max of the match. We saw it with Colin Osborne at Champions Week, where he lost his first 2 games on night 1, but then won his second 2 games on night 1. Then qualified for Saturday night, and then once in Saturday night, he made it all the way through to the jackpot match.
58.
Taylor looking for an 11 darter. Tops to do exactly that.
Game shot on the third
2-1
leg.
Taylor, 11
Scott
darter,
Taylor.
and he is beginning to turn the screw.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
Those are the
Game
averages,
on.
ticking pretty much exactly a ton as far as Taylor is concerned.
$140. $55.
Impressed with Rob Collins here.
$60. $99.
One of those players that's been with us pretty much since the inception of what was then the Live League in Southampton. You could pretty much
44.
guarantee Rob Collins was here on Thursday, Friday nights back in the early inception days. One of those players who really helped launch this tournament. He also played in the at-home version of this competition.
Is Scott Taylor just beginning to go through the gears? Well, if he is, Rob Collins is up to the challenge.
140.
Harry Crave, another one. Finds another one.
125. Robbie required 117.
A lovely game of darts. Chance for Taylor. Collins has been excellent in this
Scott
leg.
require 82.
But it's Taylor who's going to have potentially the first dart of a double. And look at big 17 for tops. Huge dart pending.
Game shot on the
3-1.
fourth leg. Scott
Absolutely
Taylor.
crisp.
Finds himself a leg away from the match, putting in a big
Fifth
performance.
leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Good
Game
response. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, played well against Matt Dennant, but he was just shut out in the scoring stakes.
140.
This is superb from Scott Taylor. Just thought he was looking a little tired as he came to the hockey. Boy, has he proved me wrong here.
60. $59. $135. 42.
Yeah, that's just a little bit sloppy. Yeah, Rob should have really looked at the 19s for the start there. Chance
28.
now for Taylor.
He's got to take full advantage of the opening that he has been afforded here.
A lot of testosterone up there, and I love it. Good battle.
81.
Is it bringing the best out of both? Well, Scott Taylor's just gone a little bit quiet. Scores a 59, 42 and 81 to leave that 179. But here comes Collins. Henry said he has one big throw. Well, that's a 135 and a 140 in this leg. But it's Taylor 179.
84. Rob, you require 138.
Is to save it. And expect a celebration if this goes in. Treble 18 would have left double 12, and Taylor now back for 95 to complete the job by 4 legs to 1.
Scott, you require 95.
Well, Rob Collins needs to break through, and he's doing everything in his power. 2 double 19s. Not to be. Chance for Collins.
39. Rob, you require 20.
So double 10 for the break and to bring proceedings back to 3-2.
Game shot.
Finds exactly that. Gets the break back, and now he's throwing to send us to a last leg decider. And if he does exactly that, it'll mean 3 of our first 4 matches would have gone by way of 4 legs to 3.
6th leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Such a big game for both players. Both sat on 0 points after their first
60.
games. They want to get up and running. The players are looking really good. You don't want to be given too much of a head start to anybody in Group B. Sensational.
140.
You can see quite literally the grit between the teeth of Scott Taylor now. These are 2 players
83.
that like to exude themselves on the stage. They're not afraid to let out their emotions, not afraid to be the
100.
big figure on the stage. 2 very kind of alpha players going toe-to-toe in this one, it's fair to say.
42.
Yeah, I remember having a bizarre match in Holland. Yeah, that was the only time I think I was trying to be intimidated off the hockey. It was well, I loved it, and I've just got the feeling that both of these players are enjoying the battle.
100.
I've enjoyed this match very, very much. Taylor over 96 now, looking very good. But every time you write off Collins, because he has 1 big score every leg.
85.
But not big
Scott,
enough, and so 6 for the match from 161. And don't be surprised if he goes for the full beans on the combination, although he misses the first dart of the treble.
58.
Yeah, he went for that 25 bet. It would have left a 2-darter. Really, again, on 2-3-1, going downstairs gives you options of leaving the big fish.
41.
Now, Scott Taylor's to lose from here.
103.
No real pressure on this 103. We want to get it down to at least a single finish. But right now, he'll want to put this game to bed.
83.
It drags just underneath tops, and so he's going to come back to get the job done. All Rob Collins can do from this particular scenario is try and set up as best as he can.
65.
Went for the ball, but Taylor takes
Scott,
aim at double 10
20.
for 4-2 win. It's double 5 to win the
15.
match, just underneath.
Robbie required 125.
This would be a momentum switch. I'm going to say I'm not so sure about that.
50.
Scott Taylor has been on 5 before in this game and put it away in 2 darts.
Scott, you require 5.
What he would give for that scenario again.
To chalk his first victory on the board. 2 at double 2 as Collins shakes his head in the background. And he'll now go to shake the hand of Scott Taylor as he seals his first victory of the group. A victory by 4 legs to 2. doing so with an 89.13 average, 4 out of 11 when it comes to the doubling. And it is Scott Taylor who picks the points up. He beats Rob Collins by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Denny Alder-Coulter up against Dave Prinz.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we're into the 5th game of your 10 tonight. Denny Alder-Coulter, the Dutchman, he's been in fine form all week, and he's looking to beat the Badger here, Dave Prinz, who also won his opening match. He got the better of Matt Dennant 4-3 in Game 3. Alder-Coulter won his game against Rob Collins 4-1, so one of them will be the only player to have won both of their matches so far at the end of this one. And talking you through it, it's back to Henry Deacon and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And a different type of battle here for Denny. And what's very interesting is that in Group A, Denny Alder-Coulter was the 14-1 outsider of all 6 players. And like I said, demonstrated some real qualities.
First. Game on.
Up against the 11-1 outsider, Dave Prinz, coming into this Group B. And both will exceed expectations if they can get through on Saturday night. But Denny's debut here has been against all super quick players. It was a
60.
A frighteningly good Group A. The pace just suited all the players. And like I said, the word I write down is being able to be adaptable and being versatile. And the fact he's playing Prinsey, you just might need to see how patient he is as a dart player.
140.
So an intriguing clash and a different type of battle, Henry.
Yeah, a bit of a contrast of styles in this one, but
100.
sometimes it can go the other way round. Sometimes chalk and cheese can make the right match. It's like excitable whippersnapper Henry and boring dozer.
125.
At least I have more hair than you.
100.
You must have seen some debuts. This is right up there with Denny. He's been good, hasn't he? He's surprised a lot of people. Maybe not himself, and certainly John Locken from the ADC Europe will
40.
have expected Denny to produce the goods.
Well, we've seen players like Cam Crabtree that can come onto the stage and average 115 and a half. But what
100.
Denny's done this week is he's kept this real ultra consistent baseline level, and a level that's just been so hard to beat. His daily average yesterday is 85.03, 13 out of 47 on the doubles, which at Super Series level is going to give you chances to win
115.
games.
115. Denny required 141.
Excellent again from Prinsey. If I didn't know he'd had a break, I'd say he's in fine fettle.
101.
Once again,
Dave
just board
required
management
81.
of the Dutch players, just absolutely fantastic. Prinsey, look at treble 19. But now he's not guaranteed, and that's what the little head shake was there. So 74, treble 14 will be his go-to. A nice area of the board, but not to be, and that will frustrate that he hasn't even left the dart of a ball.
41. Denny required 40.
For a holder throw.
Tops for Alder Coulter
Game shot on the
1-0
first
to
leg.
Denny.
Denny Alder-Coulter.
Against Davey. Carry on saying that,
Second
I might
leg,
get
it's
a bit
Dave to throw
hazy.
first. Game on.
Has to go downstairs, surely.
43.
Yeah, Matty Dennett was pacing up and down
97.
behind Prinsey, and I think Prinsey will have realised that. Whereas Denny's staying really focused, not giving anything at all to his opponent. I think when players play Dave Prince, they'll feel that they're a better
99.
scorer. But like I said, Prinsey's the biggest problem that you have is the battle that you're involved. So maybe the best players against Prinsey are people who are able to just
60.
stand behind and stay in their focus, and I think Denny's doing that really well so far. But Prinsey's playing really well tonight. If we had any fears that he hasn't been playing an awful lot of darts, I think
140.
they've been put to bed, and let's just focus on how well he's actually throwing. He's once again averaging over 92 here.
Not bad for someone who was supposed to be
49.
retired not long ago.
Yeah, he absolutely loves playing in this competition in C. I mean, I think that's what's got him back out and playing again. It's all streamed as well. You can watch games
97.
each week. You know, Adam Hunt played in it last year. Adam Atkinson has played and won it.
$140. Dave required 122.
Level 18 to start. He'll stay there. That would have left the ball. 86, so just into that centre of the hockey.
54. Denny required 155.
2-0 lead. 155 isn't going to go, and so Dave Prince is going to get the opportunity on 68 to level proceedings up at one apiece.
102.
Perhaps
Dave
right for this
requires
game thus far.
68.
What a lovely last dart there from Coulter. Treble 18 is what everyone was looking at, but he's left a 2-darter, puts an awful lot of pressure on this 68. Prinzy's good in this situation. Can he execute the double? He has a lot of bottle, Dave Prince. Like I said, you stand behind him, you think you're getting the better of him, and he's able to produce a finish like that. And once again, what's really good, you'll get no emotion, no reaction from Prinzy. Like I said, he must have a heart rate of less than 50. He's just one of those characters, really, really tough to beat. And
100.
Prinzy's been excellent tonight, Henry.
He has been. And I suppose we didn't, as we said, we didn't quite know what to expect. The odds compilers pretty much wrote him off at 11-1. And, well, if he can
134.
win this one, there'd be 4 players on 2 points. No, if he wins this one, obviously it'd be 2 from 2. Who knows?
Yeah, he's been great. Whatever happens, I think he'll be delighted. There must have been some element because he's got a big game come Saturday night for his Northeast title belt against Tony Wood. And I tell you what, watching the two of them so far, I think
100.
Prinzy would be feeling better, although Tony was a little erratic today. But I think he's got a big chance with his first game in the morning, Tony, tomorrow afternoon against Charlie Large. I can get him up to 6 points, but out the Northeast, boys, and Prinzy's doing mighty fine and just showcasing what's so good about our area in darts. So many young players coming through now.
$100.
Ton lays himself on a finish against the darts, but older Coulter can leave it far more handier. He's going to leave it handier.
I like the bull last dart.
82. Davey required 167.
Well, Davey's going to have to find something from the locker. But he's not going to unlock the tungsten treasure chest.
Treble 17 is the shot. 87 left.
97. Denny required 119.
Is not very nice. The treble 19 to start. So 62 left. The double 13.
106.
Just a little rush, I think. Just a little bit of
Davey
excitement coming
70.
there. And once again, Davey Prince is usually so good in this area.
Single 20 for double 20.
30.
But the chance to go 2-1 after
Denny
the breaker
required
throw is
13.
gone for Dave Prince. And so older Coulter is hoping that 13 is lucky for some as he goes for double 4 in search of a 2-1 lead. 2 2s.
9.
Well, this time for
Denny
older Coulter, they
required 40.
lose.
Yeah, you can see what he felt when that double 2 didn't go in because I think the way Prinzy's playing, he doesn't feel like he's going to miss it.
Game shot on the
throw
third
as well
leg.
to Dave Prince.
Dave Prince.
The outside of the group is defying the odds. Doing it his way.
Fourth leg, it's Dave to
Rather
throw
than
first.
focusing on the
Game
pace,
on.
I think we have to look at the way he's playing darts right now. Once again, averaging over 90. And looking very good.
$58. $92.
Dave Prince nicknamed the Badger, and I can't help but think of a particular song in my head when I think of Badger. Now, I spoke to Glenn about this before going on air this evening. He had no idea what I was talking about. I showed him the video, and you've got that particular song stuck in your head now, haven't you?
59.
I did tell you mentioned it for the 97th time.
Do you realise on YouTube you can get a 10-hour loop of that song?
$100.
Trying to ignore him if you're wondering why I've gone quiet. Then he's trying to ignore Dave Prince, but he won't be going away. He won't be going anywhere.
100.
Yeah, just the first sign there, facially and his demeanour. And he can just continue to. And put you off your stride.
96.
There's great darts again from Prinsey, just round about that 90 mark and 2 from 3 on the outer ring. Not really doing an awful lot wrong tonight, and the others that are making
42.
mistakes. Prince has got a chance here. 6 darts on 192 for a 3-1 lead.
Put himself one away from what would be 2 victories and would put him to the summit of the group.
60. $73.
Goes to the bullseye,
Dave,
gets
you
the
require
bullseye, leaves himself on
132.
135, and so Prince is looking for the bullseye himself first dart as he looks to pop the champagne cork as we approach the midnight hour.
$77.
Leaves the 2
Denny
darter.
require
And this is a
135.
nasty finish, 135. But that's the perfect mark if he can hit the treble 20. He can't.
47.
Yeah, he's just getting
Dave,
a
you
little bit
require
slapdash now,
55.
isn't he? He's just a little bit wild, and Prince will be all over this. He's hit tops in this match, but that's... Yeah.
And so it'll be 11 tops for Dave Prince. Oh, he's missed a big number again. And Denny Older-Coulter must be counting his lucky stars because he's been given 2 breaks
15.
that he would have
Denny
not
require
expected.
88.
It's been a good 30, 40 seconds since he's at the Ockets bullseye.
63.
Could have been a real turning point. Prinsey finally
Dave,
got to his
required
destination
40.
of double top. Took longer than he thought.
3-1. Incoming if he can find this. He's been a little bit erratic the last couple of visits. What sight can he see of that? Oh,
Game
what a
shot on the
fight!
foreplay. Dave Prince.
That's an incredible dart because he would have seen next to nothing of that bed.
Fifth leg, it's Danny to throw first.
Yeah, I think he
Game
was
on.
aiming right a little bit higher there, and somehow they got through that gap there. It's 3-1 Prince.
As John Virgo would famously
100.
say, is there a gap? There's always a gap.
Getting a bit close to me there.
$135.
Maybe the gap beginning to appear in this particular leg. Prince against the darts, kicking off 2 treble visit, forcing Older-Coulter
58.
into a treble that time. Doesn't, and so the opportunity presents itself.
Yes, he's stolen the darts after just 3. Yeah, and that's his worst darts when a lot of the body is moving at the same time. They look a little bit erratic, them darts.
60.
He'll want to correct that, but he'll be absolutely delighted the way the night's gone so far, Prince. He would have been happy to see himself at 11-1, but probably understood. And this is the worst we've seen Coulter
96.
for a few days. Should be going downstairs. Now he wishes he didn't.
47. 97.
Good find with the last start. Means Older Coulter leaves himself on a finish on the 150. Prince needs to start downstairs here to give himself the best possible opportunity to give himself a finish.
94.
Yeah, he did the hard
Denny
work there, but that was just a little look. He just
150.
kissed off the barrel of the second dart. 6 darts for Denny. Treble 18 should be the shot.
80.
Prince is still in this leg. He just looks over and thinks, well, 70, 50-50 shot. I can put more pressure on, which he's going to. This is outstanding once again from the man from County Durham.
125.
And suddenly this leg
Denny
changes on a
requires
pinhead
70.
again, because suddenly this is must-hit territory for Older Coulter to keep this game going. And now it's only going to be a dart at the ball.
35. Davey required 40.
And so the Badger to pick up his second pair of points tonight.
Game, shot,
Finds
and
the tops
match.
for a
Dave
4-1
Prince.
win against Denny Older Coulter. And so Dave Prince, the 11-1 outsider, to go on and win Group B, tops Group B at the halfway point of night one. The only player with a perfect record thus far. A 4-1 victory against Denny Older Coulter, doing so an 84 average, 57% on the doubling as a Denny Older Coulter 1 from 6. When it comes to the doubles, right, next up, Matt Collins against, Matt Dennant against Rob Collins.
Hello again, welcome back to the Super Series, where we've seen some super stuff, much of it from Dave Prinz, the Badger unbeaten so far.
Yeah, there's a new challenge in town, and it's like a different challenge for the players. I mean, his pace is noticeably different, and the other players don't seem to handle it right now.
Just a note to production, by the way. Can we get that clip later on at the start of the night when I said the 11-1 on Dave Prinz looked quite enticing, and then Glenn just kind of disagreed, just dismissed what I said. Maybe I know what I'm talking about. Should we swap places?
I think it's well known that I don't, so that's pretty obvious, but really chuffed for him.
Well, let's have a look back on the results in the first 5 matches so far. Matt Dennant started. We said this would be an important match, a 4-3 win against Scott Taylor, but Taylor did put things right by beating Rob Collins. He's the one maybe we need to worry about, Collins losing 2 from 2.
Yeah, that opening game was an absolute cracker. Two guys who were expected to get through the group, and I thought it was really important to that. Matty Dennant was absolutely chuffed to pieces and then struggled in his next game. So it was the good, the bad for Matt so far. But yeah, a real good start to the night.
Yeah, really good stuff. Couple of wins, as we said, for Dave Prinz, and that is reflected in the group table. He's top of it, the Badger, right at the peak of the pile in Group B. Dave Prinz winning 2 games, and then Rob Collins losing to everybody else with 1 win. And in this group, you're never out of it at this stage.
Yeah, Henry sort of alluded to that as we were chatting about, and as we look at the table, Prinzy is the 11-1 outsider going, and I'm really pleased for him. I did doubt him. I doubted him because he's had time off since that World Seniors, just back playing again, but he's using every bit of experience. But I was disappointed in the way Matt Dennant dealt with Davy Prinz, but I thought he'd done a real good job there against the impressive Denny Alder-Coulter.
Yeah, one of the quick questions I was going to ask you is that last week we saw Chris Hurds and David Davis. They both were playing in the ADC belt match and neither got through to Saturday. We saw Tony Wood not get off to the greatest start today. You mentioned Prinz's laid-back personality. Has that helped him, that he's not going to be distracted by that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's one of his fortes. It's one of his strengths, and it genuinely is how he is as well, personally. Even meeting him tonight, and like I said, the example I use is when he qualified for Lakeside at the qualifiers. Every other qualifier was jumping around. He just brushed it off. That's the type of person he is.
Quick chat about that first match. We mentioned Matt Dennant against Scott Taylor. Taylor had a good checkout in that game, but ended up ultimately going to lose it 4-3. And we can see Dennant getting the job done here. How pivotal could that prove to be?
It was, but it was just a disappointing response from Dennant. But I really, really enjoyed that game. 2 players I really respect. Once again, magnanimous there, Scott Taylor, but he came back and did the damage later. Very much all to play for right now.
And of course, that will be the last match tomorrow, so that could be really crucial when you think about the fact that Dave Prinz has won both of his games so far. He's the one leading the table as well. What we're going to do, Glenn, is to have a look at next week's players now. Some big names in Group A. John Henderson, James Hurrell, Fallon Sherrick, all in the same group.
It was an amazing Group A this week, and I tell you what, that matches it as well, because any time that John Henderson's about, I mean, that's big news. But to see Fallon there and the England captain James Hurrell, what a Group A that is. And Marco Cantella, one of the real legends of the game, and coming over from Scandinavia, that's a cracker.
Yeah, Scott Marsh and Sam Cromwell will also be contesting one of those ADC title matches that I just mentioned, but some familiar names in Groups B and C as well.
Yeah, just a nice, the big changes there going ahead, and yeah, that's going to be a tough week. The winner of that is going to really deserve it.
Yeah, right. Enough talking from us. There's still 5 matches to come. The first of them is Rob Collins. Without a win so far, he is looking to get off the mark, and it could be about time that he needs to do it. He takes on Matthew Dennant. So I'll hand you back to Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Chris. So, game 6 of our evening session sees Matt Dennant take on Rob Collins. Now, as far as the pair's evening is concerned, well, for Matt Dennant, he got out the gates flying. 92 average, 4-3 victory, and a high-quality affair against Scott Taylor. And then took on Dave Prinz, and it was a subpar performance from him. 4-3 defeat, but the worrying sign as far as Dennant is concerned is missed darts at double. 4 from 16, 3 from 13 in his 2 matches up to press. 22 missed darts at a double in his first 2 games. As far as Rob Collins is concerned, well, he's played well and played okay in both of his games. Average 91 against Denny Alder-Coulter. 84.5 average against Rob Collins against Scott Taylor in a 4-2 defeat. Glenn Durran alongside me here in commentary. What are we expecting from this pair?
Oh, I've given up, honestly. Every time I sort of have a prediction, One thing that the MODUS Super Series has taught me is never assume. I mean, we're seeing the brilliance of Matt Dennant
43.
against Scott Taylor, and then I was really disappointed in him in his performance against Dave Prims. I think just Davey just beat him, just sort of even off the board, just the pace of the game didn't suit me. I want to put that right against Rob Collins, who is sat on 0 points at the moment, so very much all to play for. I do enjoy a Group B.
34.
Thursday nights are MODUS nights.
The MODUS juggernaut stops for nobody. It's Rob Collins, who hasn't played
100.
bad tonight. I'm just fearing the fact of how match sharp he is. I'd be keen to know if he's doing anything sort of locally as part of our research and looking. He's not
140.
done an awful lot this year. Sometimes when you get down to the business end of legs, it's when he can go a little bit missing. So he'd be disappointed, but he's not playing badly.
140.
It was a mighty fine start from Matt Dennant. I don't think you expected after game 3 to be
45.
sort of feeling
Robbie
up
requires
against it right now.
76.
In fact, I felt like the winner in that opening game would actually qualify. Tops for 1-0.
56. Matt, you require
Well, that's one break chance come and gone. Is he going to come back for more with Dennant requiring 139 for the opening leg?
82 left, so he went the treble 14 route.
81. Robbie required 20.
And this is the area I'm just a little bit worried for Rob. He wants to put these
Game
legs to
shot
bed
on
and
the
what
first
it are.
leg.
Very
Rob
similar to Dave
Collins.
Prince in the last match there. There wasn't an awful lot left in that double 10 bed, but somehow he got through.
Second leg,
Needs
it's
1-0.
Rob to throw first. Game on.
Just looking at that list next week, Henry. That Group A, once again, it's not often that we talk about the Group A being the strongest because, you know, when there's a three-person group, i.e. Group B,
100.
Group C, there's a real outstanding one. But I thought Group A was tremendous this week, but it could be match next week.
It could be. And you look at Henderson, you look at Fallon
45.
Sherrick, you look at Hovell, who has such a good record in qualifying for Saturday nights here at the Super Series. And as far as Marco Cantella is concerned, well, he's not finished. He's 54.
180.
And very, very similar to the Dave Prince issue with the fact that it's a different challenge for the players because the pace of Cantella could be very, very interesting.
82.
Collins closing in now on a 2-0 lead. Well, when we saw Matt Dennant get off to a 92 average start against Scott Taylor, we
65.
thought maybe that was a sign of things to come, but he has regressed dramatically from that point, it has to be said, in his subsequent 2 matches. And Collins here, averaging 94, is
93.
racing away
Robbie
with proceedings
required
and has 6
156.
starts to open up a 2-0 lead. 156 is what he's requiring. 156 is what he's going to set up from now.
60.
It's not the fact that, I mean, it's a couple of factors. Dennant is not playing anywhere near he was against Scott Taylor, but also credit to his opponents. Prince was excellent and done a real job on him.
96.
And Rob Collins going to them last 3 darts was averaging 94. 2 darts, a double 18.
Game shot on the
Superb
second leg.
stuff.
Rob Collins.
2-0 to Rob Collins, and this group just gets more confusing by every single game.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on. $57.
Dennant comes up dry at the beginning of leg 3, presenting Collins with another opportunity. Looking potentially for the double break. Looking for a max to start. Perfect start.
180.
The average ticks past and ticks on to 98.5 as Dennant finds his first max by way of reply.
Yeah, it was like a bit of a
32.
hit and hope that second. We tried to float it over the first start. I'm a real advocate of using that treble 19 when you can, especially when you're covering the bed. It's a lot thinner barrel, Matt. So you know you can
100.
expect them to manoeuvre around the dart, but when you've got these big barrels like Rob has, I'd like to see the 9, which he's doing here. I can assure you can't hear me.
60. Matt, you require 164.
He needs something, does Matt Denner, because he really has gone to sleep.
128.
However, that's much more like it, leaving double 18 after 12. Okay, it's only with the darts, but it stops the Rob Collins juggernaut really pulling ahead of steam.
137.
But that's
Matt,
a
you
class
require
response.
36.
Piling the pressure on this
Game
double
shot on the
18,
third
which has
lay.
found first time,
Matt Dennant.
13 darter. Maybe Matt Dennant has just found something here. It's back to 2-1. Collins on throw.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the saving factor there for Collins. It was on throw, and he's back in that treble 20 bed again. Matt Dennant is not looking. He won't want to hear this score.
180.
That's the second leg in succession that Rob Collins has kicked off with a max.
Yes, his third of this match.
58.
4 in total for the two boys. Yeah, doesn't like that one, but I actually like it. He can feed off, and that's why I like that first start.
140.
That's why I'm a big fan of when players are practicing and just learning just to get over that treble 20 bed and feed off them darts.
134.
This game is warming up really nicely. Collins over the 101 average mark right now. Again, good board management here, which Rob's not
100.
one for that. I was looking at the bullseye, but he proved me wrong. 81 after 9, great stuff.
96.
And Dennant
Robbie
himself
require
has improved
81.
his level of performance, but Collins is staying around the equilibrium that he's been at for the vast majority of this encounter. And it doesn't even matter to a certain degree, the first couple of
25.
darts, because he's going to get a couple that topped upon his return.
Yeah, like you said, he has a big score in every leg, but he is susceptible also to a very poor return.
140.
And Matt Dennant should never,
Robbie
ever
require
have been in this
56.
leg. Now there's pressure on this 56.
His tops a 3-1.
36.
Drag just below. Dennant's back
Matt, you
for
require
parity.
73.
Who would have thought? 60 seconds ago, I'd already wrote 3-1 down in my notes. Got a dart at double 18. He's been good on tops. That's a strange one. Even
Game
better
shot
on
on the
double
fourth
18.
lay.
2-2.
Matt Dennant.
Desmond between Dennant and Collins.
Fifth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
Well, let's see whether Rob
135.
Collins can make it a hat-trick of legs that he's kicked off of a max. Not this time, and importantly, this could be a slip of a visit that
44.
gives Matt Dennant a huge advantage in this fifth leg on throw.
Yeah, the competition I've been talking about for
100. $100.
just keeps himself involved. But Dennant seems to be putting the afterburners on right now. The big difference for Dennant right now is he's 2 from 2 on the outer ring. I was about to
42.
say he's found his scoring boots again, but he won't like that return. And if he has a big score on every leg, he could do with it now, could Collins. It's beginning to run away from him this match.
55.
Been superb for the majority of it, but it's just all of a sudden going awry.
$134.
1-3-4 leaves himself first to a finish. And remember, he was 2-0 down, and there was a severe threat he was going to go 3-0 against. But now he's got an
40.
opportunity.
Matt, you
Well, he's got
require
more
90.
than the one opportunity from 90 to establish a 3-2 lead.
50.
Should use the 18s on the second dart. He has the option of going back to 20s.
56. Matt, you require 40.
What a momentum switch this has been. We are seeing the good and the bad from Matt Denon tonight.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Now he's looking
Matt
good
Denon.
after 3 matches to be winning 2 of them. After 2 legs, I didn't think that was going to be the
6th leg,
case.
it's Rob to throw first. Game on.
Rob Collins, that 4th leg will haunt him. He had it in the palm of his hands and a very poor setup and a big score from Denon. At this moment, looks like a real deciding factor.
60.
Trebleless again. Denon is on the move.
He's made his mid-match move, and now he's looking to run towards the finishing line.
140.
Ton 40 to start. Piles the Collins throw under heaps of pressure. He needs one of those trademark big scores.
100.
Ton in this scenario is not going to suffice, you feel. Unless
40.
a slip from Denon has handed the opportunity back to Collins and given the throw back to Collins.
140.
Now he's in command of the leg to send us all the way. And remember, Matt Denon's previous 2 matches went to a last leg decider.
100.
We'll have to call the deciding leg the Denont at this rate.
$81.
Fantastic last start there from Collins. Gets him down to a finish he'll like. Should go on the 18s now. He does, but
57.
more treble.
Robbie requiring
Collins
120.
will feel he's got 6 darts from here, but he'll want to put it to bed. That's not ideal. A big move across the... You mustn't go into the 1 here.
78.
Last start.
Matt, you require 164.
Would be a special way to win. Would be very special.
It's not to be. And so for free, well, Collins is looking at 42 as Denon looks to square up as best as he possibly can.
136.
And that's exactly
Robbie
what he's going to do,
required
leaving himself on a
42.
double if there's another opportunity in this leg, because it's 2 at tots for Collins. 10s to send us to a tiebreaker. And a tiebreaker we go.
Rob Collins.
And for the 3rd consecutive game involving Matt Denon this evening, we're going to a
7th and
deciding
final
leg.
It's Matt to throw first.
And just
Game
the
on.
3 games tonight going 4-3. And the man in your picture, as Henry mentions, has been involved in all 3. Well, so far he's won 1, lost 1. The last time he had the darts in the last leg,
140.
he won it. Is that going to be the deciding factor once again, Hitch?
Well, Denon kicks off ton 40, which piles the pressure on Collins.
93.
1 treble following that 2 treble start for Denon doesn't really do much for the man of steel. May just keep him in touch if this ends up dry, which
45.
it does.
I mean, Collins hasn't played bad tonight. 91 average, 84 average, just shy of 87 here and increasing. But it's looking increasingly likely. After 3 games, he's going to be on 0 points. Keeps himself interested with that ton. Denon's looking for one of his specials.
57.
Not to be. Chance for Collins. This is where your arm
42.
tightens up your body. You start questioning yourself in that last leg decider. Suddenly the brain is in control. This is where you've got to rely on the hours and hours of practice.
102.
Beautiful setup play for Den to leave 157. Collins should go on the 19s if he misses the treble here. Of course he doesn't. He always gets 1 big score a leg.
180.
What a match.
Matt, you require 157.
And now suddenly Matt Denon's the second favourite again. And he's not going to take out the 157. And so Rob Collins is going to return, needing 86 to get over the line. And he's going to need to take out the 86, you feel, because Denon's set up to perfect tuning. The ball.
61.
Absolutely
Matt,
no
you
luck there
require
for Collins because he
16.
fancied that as that left. And this has been another absolute classic. It's had everything. Ups and downs, twists and turns. Last start for Dennant.
12.
An incredible conclusion once
Robbie
again. Rob
required
Collins
25.
had this game in the palm of his hands. He's won it. He's lost it. He's got a chance to win it again. Double 12.
Game,
What a
shot,
match. What a
and the
dart,
match,
Rob Collins.
Rob Collins.
And it just totally keeps him involved in this Group B. Defeat there would have been a tough ask to climb for Matt Dennant. He's asking himself why, what's happening? Well, there was nothing to separate them two. Right down to the end, but it was Rob Collins with that beautiful double 12, that sealed victory in his first 2 points. As we move on to a big clash between Scott Taylor and Denny Alder-Coulter.
Scott Taylor and Denny Alder-Coulter are about to do battle for the 4th time this week in an important Group B showdown. Denny Alder-Coulter, well, he beat Scott Taylor when they met on Wednesday in what looked like being a pivotal Group A match at the time. But since then, the Dutchman has actually lost 4 of his last 5 matches. Whoever wins this one will go level with Dave Prinz at the top of the table.
First leg.
Yeah,
it's
thank you
Scott
very
to
much,
throw
Chris.
first.
That's a
Game
staggering
on.
statistic, really, considering how well he's been playing, Denny. But to be on that losing streak, this is a new challenge for him. And yes, they've met
96.
already 3 times this week. Some real tight affairs. This is probably the biggest for Denny right now. He'll want to get rid of this losing streak. He's
100.
for the first time questions are being asked now for Scott Taylor. At times he's looked absolutely fantastic. And at
40.
times he's flattered to deceive. So big chance here for Taylor.
As far as the odds compilers are concerned, Scott Taylor goes in the
100.
4-7 favourite to go on and win this game. Denny Alder-Coulter, the outsider, at 5-4. Remember, 18 plus and begambleaware.org if
95.
you're having a flutter on the Super Series tonight.
$85.
It was an extraordinary game yesterday when Denny beating Scott Taylor. Denny just having an 80 average compared
100.
to Scott Taylor's 93 average. It was a real strange one.
$140. Scott, you require 170.
The fish to start. Fish for starters.
Good God.
81. Denny requires 76.
Denny's got the 76 a lot, but has trickled into the 5. Not this time. He's given himself an opportunity. It's going to be double 18.
Game shot on the
Surprised
first
he
leg.
stayed on the 20
Denny
bed where that
Alder-Coulter.
first one was sat. But that was clean as a whistle at double 18. If he is on a
Second leg,
losing
it's
streak,
Denny
he'll
to
want to
throw
put it to bed
first.
in no
Game
better
on.
way than against one of your closest competitors in Scott Taylor.
Break a throw, 1-0 lead, 15 data. Oh,
40.
goodness me, that's desperately unlucky. We did a fair few of them this evening in bounce outs. None more so than Dave Prinz on that double 16.
59.
It's Matt Denon twice in the same visit.
100. $134. $100.
Yeah, the head-to-head is 2-1 to Denny so far this week. Not a lot to separate them, to be fair.
126.
In the early stage of this match, that trend looks to be continued. Going with throw very early. Scott's looking good for this leg,
60.
especially after that trebleless visit here. 182 in 6 starts is the request.
60.
It was the opportunity going for the bull. They thought about it. This brings Denny back in. One big score here, one big setup play. Again, as the option, but they're perfect
100.
markers. Very understandable why he stayed on the treble 20.
122.
Treble 18. He'll stay there for the bull.
97. Denny require
And
101.
so for 2-0 and to back the opening leg break up with a hold. And treble 14 for tops.
93. Scott, you
And
require
so Taylor
25.
to level up at 1-1.
Yeah, you feel this has to go, Henry. Gone for his favour, double 12. Usually very lethal.
13.
Not this time.
Denny, you require 8.
And these are big moments for both players, you feel.
Game shot on the second
2-0
leg.
to the Dutchman.
Denny Alder-Coulter.
It's so tight right now. It's a good chance to have a little look at the in-play table.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $135.
That table just shows a defeat here for Scott Taylor. Someone I expected to qualify. We always get twists and
100.
turns in this group. And his final game would be against Dave Prinz last on. I don't think you'll fancy that.
78.
All tight, Hitch.
But this is Group B for you. Nothing's usually formulaic, simple.
140.
Do you have a favoured group? I mean, I do like Group B. I think the fact that we're used to seeing players play on a night and maybe the shorter version, you're seeing players come from Group A who've played well but only got second or third.
85.
Group C can be interesting because you've got players who come into it
100.
devoid of a bit of confidence because they've had, in most cases, campaigns in Group A that haven't gone their way or been quite poor. And then players who come into this without any scar tissue whatsoever, all on 0 points. And it's such an interesting dynamic.
Well, this would be interesting. It's not going to happen. Again, has options there. Stays
60.
with it. Leaves that 101 he's just been
75.
on. Scott will be looking at treble 17. Big 18. Data tops.
55. Denny
See the
require
way you move.
101.
And as a dart player, with just a chance at 101's always nice. Treble 14. Not to be. Chance for Turley. If Feely has to take it.
53.
He's got to make his move
Scott,
now.
you require 20.
This would only be a hold of throw.
Game shot on the third
But
leg. Scott Taylor.
It's a holder throw that puts him on the board at least. 2-1. He trails Denny Oldercoulter. And it is a
Fourth leg,
Dutchman
it's
who has the
Denny to throw
darts to
first.
re-establish
Game
that
on.
two-leg cushion.
$100.
Yeah, 3 well thrown darts. I really enjoyed that. The throw looks really good for Denny. And just got to really start believing again. He's on that bit of a losing streak now. He won't like that. But here comes Taylor.
140.
How many times have we said that sentence over the years? Where are you seated in the draw compared to
57.
Phil in York?
I literally haven't had a look. I know I played Jim McHugh and that's all I know.
100.
Do you know, honestly, Henry, there was days where I'd map my way to the final. I just want to be competitive. I just want to
81.
take some positives. I had a great interview with Phil Bars earlier and sort of just let him know where I am. I feel like I'm throwing better, but I still have not heard
66.
the words game on yet. The intention was to play some ADCs, but just, yeah, I think when I'm not commentating or coaching, I like my home comfort. It's not the right answer. I'm going to go in there a bit like Dave Prince today. Just probably relying on a bit of experience, and if I can just enjoy the game, I'm definitely practicing better.
I asked Scott Mitchell this question a few weeks ago.
99. Denny
Do you feel
require
different pressure now you sat
167.
on this side of the fence when you go out to play because your job now is to talk about how players play?
Yeah, especially the way I talk about people missing big numbers.
131.
I think
Scott,
Chris
you
Murphy, who's
require
going to be in the
96.
comms box at the seniors, will jump all over that. If I get down to a finish,
Game shot
that's
on
the
the
way
fourth
how to
leg.
do it. I'd like to do what Scott
Taylor.
Taylor's just done because that was clean once again. Denny Oldercoulter was sat very pretty there with that
Fifth leg, it's
1-3-1
Scott to
setup.
throw first. Game on.
And like I said, I've been very, very impressed with Scott Taylor. He's not doing it the easy way. I'm sure he's qualified many times with a much easier
58.
passage. And once he puts himself in a good position, but then only opens up with 58. A chance for the Dutchman.
Has a feeling of another game that could go 4-3 this one.
58.
It's been a night where not much has really been given. No quarter given.
87.
Well, we know Denny Oldercoulter's next match is going to go 4-3 because he's taking on Matt Denon.
Yeah, what a night Matt's had. I mean,
100.
he's always involved in something, isn't he, is Matt Dennant? Good stuff from Taylor.
140.
Is he taking control? Big visit here for Denny. And
60.
that is so frustrating as a dart player. You know you threw 3 darts well. For Scott Taylor, he'll want to jump all over this. He'll use the 19th to leave Shanghai.
96.
It's for a 3-2 lead. But what has Older Coulter got by way of response?
99. Scott, you
Not
require
enough to leave himself a
120.
finish. And so can Scott Taylor climb the ladder? Can he head up another rung? Climb too high.
41.
And now that makes things a little bit more difficult next time round. More difficult than it should have been.
Yeah, and again, that's why I like just a nice safe bet, just a huge big 20. Then he was not in this leg of
80.
darts. Don't you dare
Scott, you
shout it's in,
require
it's in.
79.
19 should be the shot with the opponent on 104.
Double 11 for 3-2 lead. And that is dangling in the bed like a loose tooth.
$71.
That was not
Danny,
a
you
nice
require
last start.
104.
Bangs very much, he says. It's unlucky. You can see the frustration there.
88.
And I really like what Scott's doing now. He
Scott, you
knows the
require
importance of
8.
this start.
All about composure. Keeping himself steady in the furnace.
Game
In the
shot on
heat of
fifth
battle.
leg.
And
Scott
Taylor is
Taylor.
3-2 to the good. A leg away from beating Denny Older Coulter, but
Sixth
it
leg,
is the
it's Danny to
Dutchman who
throw
has the
first.
darts
Game on.
in leg 6 to send us all the way to a decider.
Yeah, you mentioned fairness there. I mean, John Henderson and Fallon's probably going to get the headlines next week.
49.
Is there an outsider? I know you like Ryan Furness. Finesse, okay, all right, but you can see where I'm going with it.
Well, Ryan Finesse will be tripping
140.
in finesse, because if you think Tony Wood's garish garb is something to admire, well, Ryan Finesse has a wardrobe which is perhaps brighter than the sun reflecting on a skyscraper.
140.
Wait till you see my jacket Saturday night.
Apparently, it was all yellow.
59.
Still a lot to play for here.
100.
Steady ton. Level 18 is the shot with your first start here. Purely because you're behind. If you're in front, you've got the option of just laying up.
111.
Coulter needs a couple of trebles hit. Finds the first.
100.
Doesn't find the second. He is first to a finish. But how handy can Scott Taylor leave it here?
96. Danny, you require
Yeah, just a
112.
bit more thought process there, because 95 is not nice. We might not get a chance. Tops for 3-3.
92. Scott, you require
Taylor
95.
will feel like this is a bit of a free hit. He knows he has the dart in the last leg. There's the grimace. Double 19. Very super aggressive. The
79.
right way to go for it.
Danny, you require
The
20.
execution just slightly awry.
For 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Danny
Levels,
Older
you
Coulter.
devils, again. We thought this would be a group which would take a lot to separate, and it's proving to be the point tonight. We played 6 games.
7th final leg. It's Scott to throw first.
Sorry, 7 games.
Game on.
And 4 of them have gone all the way.
And not
42.
the start Scott Taylor wanted. What a switch, and Denny can't get to the hockey quick enough. That's a perfect first start.
60.
And not to be, that will be super frustrating. Scott Taylor needs one of his magic returns.
$77.
In and out.
The Oki Koki.
$58.
But you can tell the tentativeness of the situation, and you can tell how important these next couple of moments will be. Move level on
100.
points with Dave Prinz at the top. Dave Prince, who's got a game in hand on this pair as well. He takes on Rob Collins next. Rob completing his night.
134.
And he takes on Dave.
Tentativeness. I looked in the dictionary earlier when you said that earlier. It's not in there.
48.
I say what I want, Glenn. I don't care. The dictionary's wrong. It's wrong, man. I can't speak.
40.
Wow, that was a chance for Denny. A 1-3-4 set up there, but just 40 points, and I don't think Scott Taylor can believe his luck. What a dart. There was just something about his concentration levels. He knew the importance of them 3 darts. That was really unlucky for a max. Can Denny do the same?
$85.
Is it Taylor
Scott, you
time?
require 94.
94 for the match. It is tops for the match. It is Taylor time at the Super Series as Scott Taylor gets the better of Denny Coulter by 4 legs to 3. Another game decided by the finest of margins. It is Taylor who gets over the line in a last leg decider, 4 legs to 3. Next up, Collins Prince.
Well, halfway through his night and still the Badger is unbeaten. Dave Prince, the only player in this group that can say that so far. Still has 2 matches to play as well. The only player with a brace of games to go. And he's up against Rob Collins here, the man of steel, out to stop him and to go level on points. Currently at the bottom of the table, he could be tied at the top.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. It was a big win the last game for Rob Collins over Matt Dennant. I think a loss there would have been a tough ask. And he'll fancy his chances against Dave Prince, but he has been the player of the night so far. Even his good friend, i.e. myself, sort of maybe doubted he'd be in this position right now.
First
You feel
leg,
like he's
it's
done
Rob
the
to
hard
throw
work.
first.
He's
Game
got 2
on.
games in the next 3 and a couple of wins there to leave him 8 points overnight. That was put him in fantastic shape for tomorrow. But I think Rob will be feeling good. A ratio of 2 from 4 is acceptable
82.
going into tomorrow. An intriguing and interesting game, this one. How did the bookies go with this?
Well, they didn't really change much because they laid Dave Prince as the 2-1 outsider. So they've not put any value in. Could they be burnt by that? Remember, he's the only
66.
unbeaten player left in the group.
Yeah, they were. He's had a few games to sit back, and sometimes when you're winning games, you just want to get straight back on the hockey. And
60.
I genuinely can't pick a winner in this game, but it's definitely not 2-1, that's for sure.
Well, Collins, interestingly, if you're looking at it from the bookies' perspective, was 4-11 before dart was thrown.
85.
I mean, one of my duties for commentary is that drive from Middlesbrough to Portsmouth, and I know it can take a lot
86.
out of you. Well, there's an extra half an hour for Davy Prince from Sunderland, County Durham way. So he must be feeling something. He said he'd got here really early and had plenty of rest, but I'm just wondering if fatigue will be an issue. He's chuffed to pieces. He's on that 4 points. I just
60.
think one win out the next 2 puts him in a brilliant position to qualify.
Well, even at this early stage, he has the group in the palm of his hands. Wins the next couple of
57.
games, he's on 8 points. And because every player has picked something up so far tonight, we know that 10 points is going to be enough to get out of Group B this week. Double digits equals progression.
60. $100.
Big last start. Big find, that treble.
Just needs to be a little bit smoother there, Davey.
100. Robbie required
Beautiful last
160.
start. Options for Collins. You'll see many players starting the 19s and 116. He's on the traditional route. Treble 17, this shot for the last one.
76.
Finds it with
Davey
real aplomb.
required 130.
It's the one treble 20 needed on this finish. You're just automatically thinking of the bullseye with a 130 finish. Will he get a shot? Yes, he will.
Game shot on the first
Just
leg.
when it's your night, it's your night, and you just felt with Rob Collins there as he's seen that treble 20 going. It was an air of
Second leg, it's
resignation.
Dave to throw first.
And
Game
you can
on.
see the frustration there on the face of Rob Collins. 'Cause let's be honest with you, Prinsey was not in that leg, but gave him a dart to the bullseye, and again, no reaction whatsoever.
Well, it is business as usual as far as Dave Prince is concerned. And now looking to kick on in leg 2.
95.
And we're getting lots of messages about Prinsey, lots of friends, and we talked about the competition at the NAC and see him. Well, former winners Ryan Joyce, Davy Richardson, 4 times winner
100.
Paul Williams, and first and second at the moment in the league is Paul and Prinsey. They've had the battles even in the Malta Open final, which I remember. And a little caveat there, you beat Williams in the NAC Open final as well.
83.
I remember it was an FA Cup draw. Great competition. You're doing great things there, Neil. Keep up the good work. Look out for the results every week, and it's been a godsend for me to try and
100.
get some information on Prinsey, who hasn't been doing an awful lot, but boy, is he doing well tonight. He's looking as good as ever.
You ever conducted a draw, Glenn?
Yeah. I mean, I ran the Teesside ranking event, so yeah, it was difficult because I was running them and winning them, so I would get someone out the audience to sort of do the draw. But what was beautiful about the NAC Open, it was one of the ones, a bit like the UK Open,
58.
where you didn't get a draw and you'd start planning your way in if I beat him. The last competition I sort of played locally, Dave Prins ran, and it was the, what was it called? King of the North. And the gasps is the first round, Glenn Durham, Chris
60.
Dobie. Second round I had was Ryan Joyce.
So you beat Chris Dobie then?
I beat Dobie, I beat Ryan Joyce, beat Adam Hunt, beat a guy called Alan Edwards. I think it was Alan Edwards. And then in the final, a guy from Yorkshire.
58.
Was it Peter
Dave
Jakes?
Uruguay, 164.
The Terrier. This, the Badger, 6 and 164 for a 2-0 lead.
Just reminiscing, seeing Prinsey here. Very sensible. Didn't even
100.
contemplate going the 164. This is good stuff from Prince.
However, what do we say about Rob Collins? He'll always have a good visit in a leg.
170.
That was too good a visit, actually.
Dave Uruguay, 64.
Puts an awful lot of pressure on this 64 finish. Dart players like. And Prinsey does like a double top, so you... Well, that's not too bad because now he can go the 17 tops where he wants to be. He is missing big numbers, like I said, and I'm sorry if I'm harping on. Been a long day for Dave, but if he can just get to that 6 points, I think it'll give him enough energy for the last game.
Game shot on the second
What's a
leg.
dart? And that's
Dave
what he does.
Prince.
It's not because of luck or coincidence. It's just what Davy Prince does. He
Third leg, it's
battling
Rob
and
to throw
battling and
first.
what he's
Game on.
sucking the energy out of you, and you can see exactly Rob Collins. He was hit hard with a 130 finish, and he was thinking of that 15 finish there, and it was just a beautiful ending there by Prince.
2-0 the Badger leads in this one.
85.
Collins with a treble to start. What has Prince got by way of response?
$100.
Very reminiscent of what Matt Clark does, doesn't he? I mean, whether it's, 1:45 in the morning or 9:30 a.m. on a Monday.
45.
Nothing really changes with him. It's the same process. It's the same pace. And all he's saying to the other player is, well, you know what you have to do. I've never changed my game in all the years. It's for you to deal with it.
140.
Oh, I'd rate to get that out, Dave.
Yeah, them big barrels there. I think they'll stick in. Looking good for 3-0.
$95.
This is the last game of Rob Collins' night. He did have work duties earlier on today, so it's been a long day all round for the Man of Steel. For Bognor Regis of a football team called the Rocks.
100.
In the Isthmian League Premier Division.
$140.
Big visit for Collins, leaves himself on a finish, but it's
161.
Prince of first poker, the 161.
Yeah, this time he will be going for the finish. Treble 17. Been the perfect night so far for Prince. And that would have been the cherry on the cake, and that was thrown
Robbie
very,
McCoy,
very nicely.
136.
The 136 isn't going to go, and so Dave Prince for the double break of throw. 25 is what he's looking
46. Dave required 25.
to move himself a leg away. It's going to be 2 in hand at double 8. 2 from 3 on the doubles thus far.
No score.
But he's dragged it too far low.
Robbie
and so
required
Collins here
90.
should at least get an opportunity at the bullseye. And the bull is what it's going to be. The bull is what he gets. And Collins is still in it. He's back in it at 2-1, but Prince has the darts to re-establish the 2-leg cushion.
Fourth leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Great touch there between the two of them. They're sort of stealing legs of their own. Prince maybe shouldn't have won that first leg, and that'll feel like a little bit of revenge for Collins. That's great. That was still getting a lot of messages. One here for you, Henry. That's a bad sign when your face recognition doesn't sign I'm getting tired. Build your own darts player, Henry. Number 1, best throw, best work ethic, best dart brain, best attitude.
Oh, goodness me.
Best throw. Steve Beaton for the best throw for me. Gary Anderson. Best work ethic. Who works really hard? Like Connor Scott. I think he works tremendously hard at his game. He's always striving to Devon Peterson. I think they really work hard at the games. I'll give you some.
Brian Roman's also another one who played this competition and works a lot on their game behind the scenes.
Best darts brain. I think anyone from Holland. Yeah, really, really good. And best.
Jelle Klassen. Got to be Jelle Klassen for me.
Yeah, best attitude. I'll go with Johnny Clayton.
$100.
Cairns for that.
If you do want to get in contact with myself and Glenn, you can do at MSS Darts on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram.
60.
And we will get in touch with your communications over the course of the evening.
$60.
I'm lucky there from Prince. Just around that treble 20 bed.
$61.
If Prince was to win this match. The in-play table.
100.
Leading this match. And he's looking good for this leg.
However, Rob Collins finding a big visit in a leg at that point in the leg changes the complexion of things. May only be a dart to the bull.
Yeah, good timing, wasn't it, as well? It's forcing Prince to go for the bull with the last dart.
44. Robbie requiring 95.
For 2-2. Tops. Oh,
55.
It wasn't too far away, was it?
Dave, you required 42.
It was a fantastic effort there from Rob Collins. It's a massive difference, 3-1 and 2-2 in a best of 7. Just takes his time. You can see there's the focus on his desired double 16. That's not even close. That is
on the fourth leg.
Prince does what Prince does. And like I said, it's not by coincidence. He's such a tough match player.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to
he
throw
loves
first.
these scenarios. He probably really enjoyed at the beginning of the night seeing the odds and seeing him as the big outsider. Maybe that was the motivation factor for him.
140.
He's a leg away for 6 points and 3 out of 3.
And put himself in a position of real authority in the group. Now, Scott Taylor takes on Dave Prince in the final game of the session.
60.
And he's the only player, mathematically, that could move on to 6 points in the group, at least tonight anyway.
140.
Of course, this is providing Dave Prince gets a victory here. Couple more games to go. Order Coulter Denon, followed by Prince Taylor to finish off.
140.
Plenty more darting drama to come. Is this going to be another 140?
100.
Would have been for free in the spin. And now he's going to get 6 for free too.
60. Robbie required 121.
Yeah, it's a dangerous way to go, especially if he misses the big number here. I mean, if he'd have hit the
130.
17 there, he would have busted his score. Great darts once again from Collins, very aggressive. And what it means now is
140.
double four was looking inviting.
Robbie required 8.
now you feel the way Prince is playing, it's a must hit.
No score.
Absolutely nowhere near.
Davey required 101.
It's a complete and unbeaten start to the night for Dave Prince. It's 101 for the match.
Yeah, that was a tired dart for the double four for Rob Collins. Is Prince going to punish to the hilt? Treble 19. Gives himself a match dart for double 12.
89.
Goes inside and Collins comes back for double
Robbie
four for free
required 8.
2.
Doesn't look like a man full of confidence for this double four. This is never easy. That's a good dart. Can he just sit on top of that barrel?
6.
No, he can't.
Davey
Prince
required 12.
for the match. Centre of the board. And for a left-hander, you like this side. Again, a big barrel, and that's what he's... For normally, for a lot of people, that's a decent marker. He's having to go the opposite way.
Oh my, how's he find a way now?
I don't think he can.
Good luck, mate.
I think this will be a nut. No, that's the route he's going, but because of the shape of his barrel, I think he's just going to try and blast it through. What a
Game,
dart.
shots, and the
Prince
match.
wins.
Dave Prince.
An unbelievable ending to that. There was absolutely nowhere through, and even the referee has a little smile about that. Rob Collins was absolutely disgusted. He shakes hands and sprints off the ball. But what a night for Davy Prince. What a dart to win it. He's on 6 points as we got the penultimate game of the night. It's Denny Alder-Coulter against Matt Dennant.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it has been a night of wins for Prinz. The 8 matches so far. I've seen Dave Prinz win 3 of them, all 3 that he has been part of, and he still has a game to go, meaning he could go through the card. Remember, he was the rank outsider before a dart was thrown in this group, and he's top of the table on 6 points, 2 ahead of Scott Taylor. And Matt Denon, Denny Aldercoulter and Rob Collins all have 1 win each. 3rd and 4th about to play each other, so one of them will end the evening by winning half of their matches. It is Denny versus Denant in the company of Glenn and Henry.
Yep, thank you very much, Chris. Well, these are 2 players that we expected to very much be in the mix at the beginning of the night. The winner will be. The loser may find themselves in a little bit of peril, though, Glenn.
First leg, it's Denny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, right now, for the first time of the week, you know, Denny's on this losing streak. He really wants to sort of put to bed now. And what an up and down night Matty Denon's had. Bizarre. He opened up in a way that I just thought he'll automatically qualify. I thought that was going to be his tough game against Scott Taylor. I'll just work out with Denny, Denon, Durrant and Deacon. The 4 Ds.
140.
They're going to be a maxi for Denny.
140.
Now, as far as the odds compilers are concerned, Matt Denon goes off the 4-7 favourite. Denny
58.
Aldercoulter, the outsider, at 5-4. Interestingly, the odds have not changed on Dave Prinz. He's still 2-1 to beat Scott Taylor now. They've already been burnt once tonight by putting Prinz out at a big price and not pulling him back in the last game against Rob Collins.
$100.
Really seems to be just standing away there. Just a little bit of noise that put him off, maybe from outside.
93.
A totally different pace to the game, this one. Lovely start.
180.
Good start from the pair of them.
So Aldercoulter leaving double 12 after
56.
12 to
Denny
take the opening
requires
leg
24.
and to lead 1-0. How nice a guide is that for him?
Game
The
shot
perfect
first
guide.
leg.
Aldercoulter leads by leg to nil.
Rapid time. Just a 60
Second leg, it's
seconds,
Matt
90
to throw
seconds
first.
for that leg.
Game on.
And that might suit both players. A game that both feel the need to win. Even just to go back to their hotel tonight on 4 points,
44.
it gives them a foundation where they can really search for those 3 wins that needed tomorrow. I mean, players have qualified on 8 points.
Happens
100.
more often than you think. It's what makes Group B so unique, is that you can lose as many as you can win and can still go through. In fact, you can actually still lose more than you can win and go through.
99.
Sometimes, and very rarely this happens, but occasionally 6 points can be enough.
Wasn't that the case of Mike Gill at once on
57.
in a Group B, and then he went through on the Saturday night and won it, and that's the beauty of this week. I mean, you do want to peak on Saturday night. It's just a different
96.
feeling about the place as well, where a couple of reasons with the crowd involvement and also the fact it feels more like it's a knockout phase, and
57.
it's a different type of game. But I think Darryl Pilgrim will watch Group B and C and have nothing really to fear.
Well, here in the United Kingdom,
58.
where we are playing the MODUS Super Series, the clock has struck past 1 o'clock in the morning, and so for the players it's a battle of endurance, and this is going to see who's prepared
60.
the best, who's rested and reclined the best, who's been doing the right things at the right times in terms of prep and how they go about their business.
Well, you say that, but
180.
Davy Prinz has done it all wrong, travelling that distance, but look what he's doing. I mean, it's been an unbelievable night, and proved me wrong, and many, many others, I'm sure. He's been brilliant.
64. Matt, you required 24.
Looking like 1-1. This has been his weakness tonight. I mean, he won't panic with Denny on 163.
12.
You just feel if he'd have hit his doubles tonight, Matty Dennett could have been a totally different story, Henry.
Well, he's had opportunities galore across his matches.
Matt, you require 12.
He's going to get another opportunity here on double six to level up at 1 apiece.
Game
1-1.
shot on the second leg.
Denon back
Matt
in it.
Denon.
Denon back level.
Third leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on. $28. $99.
Such an important day, the Friday, isn't it? When we see at the moment, for a couple of days, Darryl Pilgrim's the only person to qualify for Saturday, but how quickly will Group C provide our next
140.
participant? I mean, Dom Taylor looked great today, but just a word for Ariane Conterman. I think Ariane would like to see Denny qualify.
57.
It'll be a tough ask right now. He's in a real battle here. And if he loses this match, it's going to be a tough ask.
Well, the
58.
tune of recent times has been very much Dutch flavour at the Super Series. The last 2 weekly winners of Series 4 were Dutch representatives in Patrick van den Boogaard, as Paul Hinks now affectionately calls him, and Jerome Mioch. And actually, the winner before that was of German descent, René Eidans.
65.
Marino Michaels next week. There's a name I haven't heard for a while.
57.
Have you seen Marino play?
I'll be having a look at the weekend, doing my research. Marco Cantler will be with us next week, our first ever Finnish player at the Super Series.
138.
Andreas
Matt, you
Allison there,
require
of course, he's Swedish, isn't he?
154.
2 treble 19s. And it's been a night where he can't buy a double.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's why we love this
Matt
game
Denon.
of darts. That is absolutely beautiful, Matt Denon. You've got to say that's from absolutely nowhere.
Fourth leg, it's Matt to throw first. Game on.
A term I use an awful lot of, feast or famine. Well, Matty Denon, he looked under feast or famine in Thesaurus. You'll see a photograph of his
11.
face because he's been so up and down tonight, but he can turn it around at any time, as demonstrated in that silky smooth 1-5-4 finish.
121.
And then he hits an 11.
That is darts for you, Glenn.
$97.
What's your biggest tournament win then, Henry?
You're assuming there's a tournament win in there, Glenn.
100.
Well, there's just not one. I'll be perfectly honest. I think the closest I ever got... Actually, no. No.
82.
Tell a lie. Closest I ever got was the family garage tournament. 1 leg, 501. There was only 3 of us anyway, so it wasn't as if there was much competition.
96.
And the cat won it.
Yeah, that's the only claim to fame I can have on the hockey.
59.
Played a couple of those local competitions in and around the area. The closest I've ever got in a game is 4-2.
80. $100. Denny, you require 104.
Does feel like it's got another 7-legger in this one.
Game shot on the
Beautiful
fourth
darts once
leg.
again from Denny
Denny
Aldercoulter. He had to
Aldercoulter.
break Denon. That's exactly what he did. That'll be frustrating for Matt Denon
Fifth
after
leg,
that
it's Denny to
beautiful
throw first.
1-5-4
Game on.
finish. Their opening salvo of 11. Proved to be too much to take, and Denny's beginning to find that treble 20 bet. He's gone a little bit quiet, Denny.
100.
Is this the moment for him?
Denny looking to alter the situation and alter the scenario.
140.
With a 140 start for Denon, pressures the Dutchman's throw right from the very get-go here in leg 5.
Yeah, it's now a best of 3.
97.
Very, very important moments for these two. You don't want to go after day 1 back with 2 points. At least 4 gives you that foundation.
60.
Especially where the other results have gone. So how do you think today's gone for me? Dom Taylor
60.
looked the real deal. Once again, Ariane Conterman's impressed. But for me, the player of the day has been Dave Prinz. I think he was written off by a lot of people, but
96.
mainly his good friend in the comms box as well maybe doubted he had real chances today, and he's a game away from an unbeaten night.
Well, I think the God's honest truth is, Glenn, we didn't quite know what to expect from Dave Prinz.
96.
Effectively, he's come out of retirement to play in this tournament. And yes, we've had information from ADC events, local events up in your neck of the woods in the northeast, but yes, they give us a
60.
representative
Denny
guide,
Ricardo,
but maybe not a
148.
true reflection of how he'll then play in this type of environment. But he's been very impressive. This could be impressive, but it's not going to go.
100. Matt, you require 145.
Pivotal moments here. He's had a 154 already. Not to be this time.
63. Denny, you require 48.
Just stands back. 8s and 16s of the area. It's double 16, 2 darts. What a massive dart. Double 12. Not to be. Chance for
36.
Dennant.
Matt, you require 82.
Centre of the board. Needs at least the green bit. He gets it for a big 17. What moments in this match?
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Matty Dennant.
Matt Dennant.
The ups and downs of the night he's had, and he saved one of his best just when he needs it. That will be frustrating for Denny Aldercolderbeek. He had that leg. It was his to win.
6th leg. It's Matt to
2
throw
darts.
first. Game on.
One at double 16 and one at double 12. Not to be. Can Dennant. Last time he had a really important finish. He opened up with 11. He'll want to correct that.
And Dennant looks as if he's got that look in
96.
his eye now, doesn't he? Prinz v Taylor follows this
58.
to conclude the evening's action. Dennant looking to finish his night off with a flourish, move himself onto 4 points in the group and
140.
put himself in a good position going into tomorrow's affairs here at the Super Series.
Yeah, it's minimum requirement after the start he had. Matty can have to be
123.
critical of his performances, but if he can just get over the line in this game, it's been a strange old competition for Denny, that's for sure. But this
133.
feels like a defining moment, a defining move by Matt Dennant. You feel only a maximum for Coulter, and that's not going to happen now. You can see the wry smile.
60. Matt, you require
Doesn't need to go for the bull
132.
here. The sensible shot is just scoring 100. That's not the way he does it. It's bull. Well,
100.
the fact he went for the bull first dart, that's just testament of what Matty Dennant's all about. And like I said, it's just about getting the 2 points.
100. Matt, you require 32.
To make it a 2-2 night. It's been a night of mixed fortunes. So perhaps 4 points would be a fair reflection if he can find double 8.
16.
But he has had such issues on that side
Denny
of the board
require
tonight.
160.
And that nervous look over to the scoreboard. I think he'd be fairly pleased it was 160. And for Denny, been a tough old night.
100. Matt, you require 16.
For the match. And ultimately, it was about the 2 points that game.
Matt Denon.
Matty Denon gets over the winning line. It's been a difficult night for Denny Aldercall to be super frustrated. He's on that losing streak night now. It's a tough night at the office for Matty Denon. It started beautiful, ended beautiful, but could do better in the middle. That will be his plan of attack for tomorrow. But it's 4 points for Matty Denon as we move to the final game of the night. It's the player of the day, Dave Prinz, against Scott Taylor.
Well, where else can you watch darts at 1:15 on a Friday morning? Well, maybe a really bad pub league game, but you can't see the darts of the quality that Dave Prinz has been throwing tonight. He has won all three of his fixtures so far. He's looking to go through the card. Remember, he was the outsider before a dart was thrown. He takes on Scott Taylor in the final match. Will it be a badger of honour? Let's find out. Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon still raring to go in the comms box.
Turns out it doesn't matter what hour of the day it is. Chris Murphy has always got a pun up his sleeve. The man is relentless. He doesn't stop. And we don't stop either, do we, Glenn?
Yes, I've just finished my press-ups. I'm ready for this last
First
game.
leg,
Let's
it's
do
Dave
this.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's been a big night, and so we need a big stage referee, and Charlie Courtefine is the best that we have for that.
$60.
I think Scott Taylor's ready to get back. He's just thinking one last big effort because
140.
It hasn't been the best of nights, and he can end up 6 points. And a big win here. He can sit top of the table, and that's the perfect night for him. And especially after that start against Matty Dennant, I think players will feel they've got chances against
100.
Davies. It's whether or not they've got the mental strength to beat him, because it can be 4:15 in the morning, and Prinsey won't change for anybody.
57.
He's a tough match play. He's a tough cookie. Been brilliant tonight.
Victory here would mean he'd have a 4-point lead at the top of the group going into tomorrow night. Effectively, he could qualify for finals night before the rest of the field play tomorrow, because if he does the double in this respective fixture, he'd be on to 10 points. And with Alder Coulter and Collins both on 2, that would be enough to go through.
100.
Yeah, it's a big 4-pointer, this one. I think they'll really enjoy the challenge. 10 o'clock opening game tomorrow, but right now it's a survival of the fittest.
80.
In and out. That was a 140 every day of the week. Here's the look of Scott Taylor just beginning to change. Should look downstairs.
56.
Doesn't find a treble, and Prince is back in this. If he can get one of his trusty 140s.
$40. Scott, you require 148.
So Taylor first poke at a finish on 148. He's got 6 darts from here to complete the opening leg against the darts. He may only need the 3.
134.
Well, that would have been a moment of magic late into the night by Scott Taylor.
Yeah, hasn't been brilliant with big finishes. 121 and a 104 in the 4 days so far. He's in deep concentration there, Scott Taylor.
Scott, you
that's the
require
most
14.
important thing, because Prince will keep biting at the ankle. This is nasty. Very nasty.
Game shot on the first
a dart
leg.
that is.
Scott Taylor.
The perfect camera angle just to see the trajectory of that dart going through. It was like the fence was there and he had to just
second leg. It's Scott
bundle
to
his
throw
way
first. Game on.
He'd be feeling good. He might be shaking his head there, but I can tell you he's feeling really good with that dart. Can he kick on now?
57.
I said, Henry, that Prince would run out of steam tonight. For me, he looks the freshest of all of the players.
26.
As he throws a 26. Great, insightful analysis from Glenn Durrant. Now, I do have a question for you, Glenn. People have been getting in touch with us
95.
at MSS Darts. Josh has been in contact with us this evening, and he said, what's the best bit of advice you can give to a young dart player?
I think win the Premier League and come and work with Henry Deacon as a real celebration of that.
45.
There's so many opportunities for young players out there right now. So many academies, you know, the JDC work, the development tour.
140.
But basically, you just want to enjoy your darts. I see so many players young players who want to reach the very top so quickly. Just let nature take its course. I mean, there's real fantastic superstars with the X Factor like Luke Littler's out there, but they're few and far between. And just set yourself target, but just enjoy the game. You know, I see so many players, and you know the reason we play darts is because that thrill and them ups and the downs.
139.
Just make sure you practice each night. Make sure you practice correctly. But most of all, just enjoy the game. Find a local organisation that will help you with your darts.
60.
Whatever it brings
Scott
you.
requires 70.
It can give you the best feeling in the world as Scott Taylor looks at 70. 16 for tops. He's hit this already.
30.
Is going to come back. Not a disaster going high there. You said Dave Prince looked as if he had the fresher body. Well, the tale of this tape is perhaps
100.
right in the bit of what a find, by the way. What a fight.
Scott, you require
Sensational
40.
dart. He would have seen nothing of that.
But Taylor's just beginning to pace up and down like Matt Dennett. He's been really strong.
Game
leading
shot on the
2-0.
second leg. Scott Taylor.
Wouldn't waste any nervous energy by pacing up and down. You know what you're going to get with Prinsey, and you've
Third
known
leg, it's
all
Dave
night.
to throw first. Game on.
So stay at the table there, walk over very slowly. You're thinking you've got about 20 to 25 seconds to wait. Make sure your flights and stems are right. He's looking down deep in concentration.
99.
You've got the lead. Now see it out.
Big fine with the last dart, cramming a treble in there.
Yeah, it's a professional job so far from Taylor. But don't write this man off just yet.
85. $99.
That treble just proving elusive at the
60.
moment for Prince. Scott should start in the 18s here. Very cute and clever around the board is Scott Taylor. And when you're good at doing it, when you're excellent with board, man, you can leave finishes like 170 where the bad counters can leave the 162s, the 166s. It does make a big difference in the end. Puts pressure on Dave Prinsey and knowing that your opponent's on a finish.
170.
And here's the biggest finish of them all. The biggest fish in the deep blue sea. Oh, he bounced in and out. That's incredible.
Dave, you require 157.
Oh, my word. And can Prince punish? No is the answer.
I think Mrs. Prince was behind
60.
the dartboard there with a hammer. That was plump.
Scott, you require 50.
But once again, remaining professional is key here. He's doing everything right. Pre-dart preparation, perfection. Execution of the big number, done. Finish.
On the third
tick.
leg.
Excellent performance so far from Scott Taylor.
And he's 3-0 to the good against Dave Prince.
Fourth leg,
Double breaker throw accrued, 14 darter to put himself on the cusp of a big 2 points. It would see the pair level on points at the top of the table.
140.
And it would put himself, because of the margin of victory, above Prince in the league table overnight.
97.
Well, if you are tuning into us courtesy of the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, don't forget to drop us a sub, because on top of
100.
the live action that we bring you 6 days a week here, the Live Lounge Impulsive, we'll have highlights of every single session. Plenty of bonus content as well available to you from behind the scenes here at the Super Series. You can get to know more about the players that play in this competition. There's interviews. Well, Chris Mason's been going down memory lane with Mark Dubbridge. As Taylor piles in a max to put himself on the brink of a victory. His average is 99.5. He's almost there. It would put him top of the pile overnight.
40. Scott, you require 81.
And he's got all the time that he could possibly want. Double 11 to complete the job with a 12-dart leg, and Scott Taylor's got the better of Dave Prince by 4 legs to 0. But Prince realistically did most of the job early on in the night. 3 wins from his first 3. Taylor rounding off with a win. An impressive win as well. 98.5 the average, 4 out of 10 when it came to the checkouts. Dave Prince 6 points, Scott Taylor 6 points. It's finished here at the Live Lounge in our final game of the evening. Dave Prince 0, Scott Taylor 4.
Yeah, big win for Scott Taylor and a big defeat for Dave Prince, who was sitting pretty. And if he won that last match, you would have thought he's as good as through. But now there's a little bit of jeopardy going into tomorrow night.
I still think the 6 points he would have taken before tonight. And Prinsey wouldn't know if he's played 4 and won 4 or lost 4. He has that type of personality. What I've witnessed tonight is very, very tough to play. He's a great match player. People don't like playing against that pace, but tough, deal with it.
That's Scott Taylor keeping going right until the end. One of the reasons why you've really picked him this week.
And one game I expected Prince to win was Taylor was looking tired very early today. He was talking about the challenge too and the exertions from that, plus that Group A challenge. And when I saw the fact he was on last against Prince, I thought that was going to be a tough ask, and fair play to him. He was brilliant there.
He was. OK, here are the results from tonight's action. 10 ties completed. And, well, Scott Taylor getting that significant victory at the end of the night over Dave Prince. Denny Aldercoulter, Rob Collins also defeated there. In fact, Aldercoulter lost his last 3 matches, and he's on a bit of a losing streak now, Aldercoulter. Only 1 win, I think, in his last 7.
Yeah, and he looks disappointed in the players there. Of course, he looks disappointed. And, you know, he's been fantastic this week, but when he's needed to get those wins, and I expected him to qualify in this group, wasn't to be, but just means he's got to come back tonight and go through the card.
Well, things have changed at the top of the table as a result of that last result tonight. Scott Taylor now top of it on leg difference, having not only added 4 to his own column, of course, but taken 4 from the Badger Dave Prince. Those 2 players on 6 points, 2 ahead of Matt Dennant, but crucially 4 clear of Aldercoulter and Collins.
Very interesting first games tomorrow. First against second and third against fourth. As early as that second game, we couldn't really know what's going to be happening with this group.
And you probably think whoever wins that first game is going to be through.
I did think that about Matty Dennett in that first win over Scott Taylor, so I never sort of conclude anything at the MODUS Super Series, but that's a fascinating start.
Right, I do think we need to spend a little bit of time paying tribute to what Dave Prince has done tonight. He has thrown some incredible darts this evening, hasn't he?
And I'm really proud. Like I said, there was a man in the comms box there who knows him better than absolutely anybody, and he doubted him today. I thought he'd got his proper preparation wrong, but like I said, he'll have been delighted. Them big, thick barrels. What a dart this was. Watch the reaction from Rob Collins. I mean, he just couldn't wait to go. There's no way he can hit that 666.
You still think you can't hit it, don't you?
It was I mean, sometimes you need an element of luck as well, and sometimes you need to barge your way through some tungsten. It had a bit of everything. And like you said, that was the dart of the night.
Yeah, absolutely sublime that from Dave Prince. We also saw some big finishes from him as well. Just all round, he had a good, solid game.
Like I said, this competition he's playing on a Tuesday night is the only match practice he's getting right now. And yeah, I mean, I doubted him, but he used all the experience. Like I said, people don't like playing against him, but it's something that they're going to have to deal with. I'm chuffed to pieces for Prinsey.
Right, do you now think he'll go through?
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, I can't see him losing 4 out of 4. Now he's going to get plenty of rest. And like I said, he's not the best star player, but he's tough to beat, and I've stood behind him many times and played well and lost. Like I said, I'm really proud of him tonight.
And I know you're going to say Scott Taylor goes with him because he's your pick for the week, but who of the other 3 do you expect to get through?
Matty Dennant. But what a second game that is. Matty Dennant against Denny Aldercoulter. Is Aldercoulter just faltering just at the worst time now? So I'm going to go with Dennant, Prince and Scott Taylor.
There we go. Well, that will be decided tomorrow night, 10 p.m. again here on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which is where you can catch a start of the last day of Group C. It gets underway at 1 p.m. on the YouTube channel. From 3 p.m. it's live on Sporty Stuff TV for a grandstand finish in that group. So we will see you for another double dose of darts on Friday.